Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. It's weird, Maleficent's one of the very few Disney movies where critics felt confident enough in their 3 inches of usable penis to come out and just openly shit on and tear apart in their reviews. And that's very uncommon and uncharacteristic of these pathetic worms because usually they'll suck the ass of anything Disney related. They're usually not overly harsh on Disney movies, but for some reason Maleficent was where they finally rallied their flags and started shitting on it openly. And now for Mistress of Evil, they're doing the same thing and openly shitting on it, just being super hard on the movie, which, I mean, it'd be great if it made sense, but to me it doesn't. Maleficent's not exactly the Disney movie that I think's deserving of this kind of bukkake session. It's not bad. The first one I enjoyed quite a bit, and the second one I enjoyed even more so. Well, not even more so, but just as much, for a different reason. I don't understand why it's the subject to the critics just annihilating it. It's very strange to me. Maybe it's just pent-up aggression from not being able to give honest reviews in some movies because they get funding from some of the studios and don't want to look bad or offend fans. But I really don't see what critics hate about the movies. It's the first one, for example, had a very fun twist on a classic story we've all heard and seen in the animated version. It's an alternate telling of the story that's really visually pleasing, as well as being pretty goddamn dark for a Disney fairy tale. It's something unique, which is significantly better than the lazy fucking rehashes of the same story with a one-to-one recreation of the animated to live action like Lion King and shit like that. I much prefer a unique twist on it or a new creative vision of the story. Mistress of Evil admittedly isn't as good as the first one in the department of telling you a unique story to the universe. This one doesn't really have the same type of emotional levels that the first one did, nor does it really try to. The emphasis on this one is more about fear and war, which is very unique to a fucking Disney classic fairy tale, and I like that. By the time the credits roll in this movie, fucking 10,000 humans and 10,000 fairies have all perished brutally. I'm talking straight murder. The fairies get vaporized like they'd been caught in an atomic bomb testing facility. It goes pretty goddamn hard for a PG Disney fairy tale movie. Now, one complaint I have is Maleficent herself, Angelina Jolie, really isn't a big part of this movie. She's very rarely on screen in this movie. She's like Godzilla in the Godzilla movies, where he's barely ever on screen. It's just kind of a letdown because I think she's a great Maleficent. I think she fucking kills it. So to really not have her as a very big presence in the movie, I think is a bit of a misstep, but it's still fun. It's still well made. The story, admittedly, isn't the most complex or the most surprising with its twists and turns or anything, but it's unique enough to the universe that I still very much enjoyed it. I don't have a whole lot of complaints about this movie. All I have is nice things to say about it because I enjoyed it. I felt like I was watching more than just a passionless retelling of something we've seen already 1,000 times that Disney for some reason just keeps fucking whipping with the whip over there with Mickey Mouse and forcing it to dance on screen for more money from China and from, you know, the coming of age people that haven't seen the animated versions. So to see something that has a different twist and does try and be unique in an already existing IP is something I'll always respect. And I think both Maleficent movies do a good job of that. I don't think anyone's going to be bored with them because they move along pretty fast and they are kind of hardcore. They do kill characters, which I don't see a whole lot of in movies for kids these days. I mean, I understand it's a kids movie. You're not going there expecting blood, tits, and rock and roll flying around. But to actually kill off important characters and to kill them off in the way that Maleficent does, it's pretty rare to see. So I like what they've done with the Maleficent 1 and 2. Maleficent 2 I think is a bit weaker than the first one, but it is still just as visually pleasing, probably more so, especially when it comes time to the battle and the war. It's a really nice spectacle of this red mist that's just vaporizing the fairies, as well as some combat between them. Then there's some like really anime moments, you know, arms go out and then all of a sudden spells are flying out of her hands. I half expected to hear the Evangelion theme song to come on half the time during the fight. Before I forget, there's one thing I want to mention. There's like 5 or 6 times you think the movie's just about to wrap itself up, like you would just hit the climax and now we're about to come down towards the resolution, and then it doesn't. It keeps going, which isn't necessarily a huge complaint, but it's really odd that they'd have like these really hardcore emotional moments that you think are about to just be like the deciding end of where this is going, and then it keeps going. I don't know, it kind of threw me off a couple times. Not that it's that big of a deal, but it's just something to make note of. They really wanted to, tease you over there with that little foreplay, that little hint that it's coming. Oh, kidding, it's not coming yet. We've still got the stamina. It's just, from start to finish, I did enjoy the movie, and I think Maleficent 1 and 2 are a nice addition to the established property that they're spinning off of. I think they justify their existence, and they seem like a passionate retelling of a classic tale, and I like that. So putting Maleficent Mistress of Evil on the moist meter, I'm giving it a nice fat 70%. I would recommend it if you're a fan of Disney movies or fairy tales in general. I think it's a fun movie, and usually these kind of movies I think are very forgettable. But with Maleficent, at least in the first one's respect, it's a movie that I think about a little bit because I did like what it did, and I like the universe it created. And Mistress of Evil really goes in hard and doubles down on that universe. It doesn't really add a whole lot to it as a whole, because I feel like the first one kind of wrapped itself up nicely enough that the second one didn't need to be made, but it had a story to tell and it told it well. And I enjoyed it. That's it. So yeah. Last night was the Game Awards, and there was a stat that chat was regurgitating that I didn't believe. I thought it was so outlandish they must have escaped from a mental institution and were spewing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo until I checked and verified the authenticity. The claim was that last year's Game Awards had higher viewership than the Super Bowl. And I said, well, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, no way. Super Bowl had like 120-something million viewers. It was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. No way the Game Awards beat that. Turns out it did. Jeff Keighley hung his hog on the Super Bowl numbers. 154 million global viewers. Now, Super Bowl is an event that mainly only Americans care about. I get that. Game Awards is international. But even still, those numbers blew my fucking mind. Blew my ass out. So, it is like a super big deal. And I watch the Game Awards every year, but had no idea it was this big. And now that I have this knowledge locked away in the old steel trap up here, it makes the Game Awards final reveal from last night even more odd, just peculiar. Because it is a blunder. That is the most important final reveal. And last night, boy howdy did that one fall flat, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have criticized Jeff Keighley, like playfully teasing about how he'll overhype things that don't warrant that level of glaze or, anticipation, where Jeff Keighley will sometimes, get you like biting your nails like, holy shit, what's he about to reveal? Because he's hyping it up so much. Like, in my numerous decades in the industry, I've never been this excited. This is my honor, my privilege. This is the apotheosis of gaming. I present to you the world premiere for The Poop That Took a Pee 2, as he's starting to get like tears in his eyes for it. And it's like, well, I think you oversold this one a bit, to be honest with you. Though, one that people point to is from last year where he revealed Okami. I do not think that's a good example of that, because that is not overhyped. That genuinely is extremely exciting. I fucking love Okami and cannot wait for the new Okami. But he does have a history of doing that occasionally, and last night was one of those examples for the final reveal.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game.
If that doesn't put a boner in your trousers, nothing will. You cannot have a more hype introduction than that right there. Those sentences alone could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And when I was watching this live, I actually thought for a moment we might be seeing a Titanfall 3 or, at the very least, a spiritual successor to Titanfall. But that's where they get you. Jeff's got you eating out of the palm of his hands right now. You're hook, line, and sinker buying into this delusion. Like, I have said for a long time, we will probably not see a Titanfall 3. Unfortunately, I think EA is going to kegel on that property forever and never use it for anything ever again because they didn't perform financially well for them. Even though these games are beloved, I don't think we'll ever see a new entry into this franchise. But I really was starting to buy into the fantasy here because he's mentioning that a lot of people responsible for those masterpieces have broken off and are now pursuing something new together. And you're expecting like maybe it's in a similar vein to Titanfall. Professor Utonium's in the lab and he's putting together all the ingredients of the perfect little shooter. But that wasn't what was on the menu. Instead, what was served up on the plate was a seemingly standard hero shooter. Now, I always have a great time watching the Game Awards. This year I also had a lot of fun watching it. I just really don't understand why they would save this game as their final reveal, which is like always the most important reveal because it's the one that sticks with the viewers the longest. And it's usually reserved for the one that's gonna fucking have them, gushing grannies. And having a generic hero shooter be in that place feels really odd, and a lot of people have been kind of clowning on it for it.
Here we go. Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me. Forming. Light up!
Siege tower coming in.
It's not the most exciting looking game. It's not going to put you on the edge of your seat there. And it does give me a similar vibe to Concord when that was revealed, unfortunately. And a lot of people have taken to calling this Concord 2. Even though the game's not out or anything yet, it does kind of have a lot of similar DNA to it from the look of the gameplay here. And it just feels like a game that shouldn't have been saved for last as like the big oorah. This should have just been a game that they show somewhere in the middle or towards the beginning where it's like, hey, this game's also right around the corner if you want another hero shooter. Like if you're really salivating for more hero shooter action, here comes Highguard. Like that makes sense. It just doesn't really compute why they would have this be the final reveal. I think what would have fit here best actually was the Star Wars KOTOR game. They have a new KOTOR coming out called Fate of the Old Republic, and that was extremely hype. I think if they had saved Fate of the Old Republic for the final reveal, that would have been a big pop-off moment. Because that is something that a ton of people, myself included, cannot wait for. And now I need to go back and replay KOTOR 1 and 2, because it is so cool. That is something people have really wanted. Whereas with Highguard, I feel like there's more people asking for the common cold than more hero shooters. And especially from such a talented team that have put together games like Titanfall, you would hope that they'd spread their wings a bit more than just like a hero shooter game. So it's just one of those things that is underwhelming for a final game reveal. Anyway though, I had a great time watching the Game Awards. As I do every year, it's become a tradition, and I always think Jeff Keighley and his team put on a really impressive and really entertaining show. And I really appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Though I will say I think this year there is a lesson to be learned in the amount of nominations a game can get. With the E33 sweep, I do think there maybe needs to be some kind of limitations in place. I said from the second the credits rolled on that game that it was special, and it is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I think it is a full-blown, full fucking chub masterpiece. But that being said, I don't think it should be in every category that it was in, even if it could fit into that category. Like the most contentious is the indie game category. While yes, it is by definition an indie game, I do feel like it shouldn't be there to give room to other games to shine in that category. Like, it is an unbelievable game. And by being as good as it is and in every category that it was present, it drowned out a lot of other extremely impressive games from this year. 2025 was genuinely an amazing year for games. There were so many super slappers, absolute bangers out the wazoo, but if you only watched the Game Awards, you would think that it was just Expedition 33, really. And that's a shame. I do think E33 deserves like the Game of the Year win and many of its other wins, because I do think that does epitomize what the games industry should be about. A team of passionate creators that all banded together under very unlikely circumstances with a very wild way of assembling this team of creatives to create something that's really not been done before to the degree in which they did it with the budget that they had, apparently less than $10 million. It is an unreal story, and the person at the head of Sandfall, he is like a gamer's gamer. That guy, I've watched a couple of his interviews, he is always singing the praises of the goats that have came before him, and he's not just doing lip service, he knows his shit. Like, this is a guy who lives and breathes this medium that wanted to do something truly special in it. And I think they succeeded. And it's great to see the reception be as positive as it is to their art. I'm very happy for that team, and I think it deserves all of the glaze that it gets. But when it comes to the Game Awards, I just think it would have been best if it was reserved for, a handful of the categories that it was nominated in. And I also think that would have been better for Expedition 33 overall as well, because when people who aren't overly familiar with it see it keep winning everything, it makes them tired of it. It makes them soured on E33 as a whole. I saw a comparison drawn by a lot of people about, like, the Patriots when they were on their dynasty run winning everything. People fucking hated the Patriots because they were so good. Expedition 33 is having a similar phenomenon. It won so much, people now just hate it by default. Like, they don't want to engage with it anymore. They'd rather spit and shit on it and that kind of thing. I just overall feel like less is more in this case, where it'd be in its strongest categories, like voice acting, narrative, music, and game of the year, that kind of thing, as opposed to like 13 categories. Because it is a lot, and it does unfortunately push out some of the other extremely good games from the year. Like Kingdom Come 2 didn't win anything, but I feel like, by all definitions, it should have won Best RPG of the Year. It's just, I love Expedition 33, and I'm super happy to see it do so well. But for the awards here, I would really have liked to be able to celebrate some of the other great games that also came out this year. Like I said, this was an extraordinary year for banger titles releasing, especially in the indie category. So many good indie games came out this year. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Bubsy 3D for the PlayStation. Let's do this shit. Nice little checkers board here. Oh, fuck. He's firing piss at me. We need reinforcements. Shit. Alright. So I cannot land on the confetti piss puddles. I need to go on the offense here. Son of a bitch. Bring the fight to him. I don't have any attacks. All I can do is jump. Maybe I can jump up there? I can't jump up there. Is this mathematical equation in the background the answer to everything? Do I need to solve this Millennium Prize problem to defeat the flying mustard bottle? Get a good— oh shit, I didn't mean to jump. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, I can't leave the swimming pool and I have no attacks. How am I supposed to fight? All I do is jump in the air and do a somersault. The fuck happened? Oh damn! Bubsy melted and became diarrhea. Bubsy was full of shit this whole time. It looks like an alien bowling ball bracing itself before hitting the pins. I've got you this time, you son of a bitch. Here we go. Damn it. Fire that piss at me again. Fire it. Yeah. I'm sure you've eaten some food in your life, but have you eaten some shit? Now you have. We're just getting started here. Fire some more of that at me. You are an asshole, and I will reduce you to a pile of yourself. You missed. Try again. You missed again. Goodness gracious, are you a fucking alumni of the Can't Hit Shit Institute? Damn! Fuck! Fine, I'll go over the piss. This is the end of you. Say goodbye to your giant domino. There it is. That's all she wrote. I fucking blasted him into his own platform. Alright, I'm using a level select cheat code, so I'm just gonna do the next boss fight. I'm not doing any of the fucking levels. Mortal Bobcat. Primordial Love Shack. I was hoping that would rhyme. Oh shit! This elephant has some fallopian tubes on its face. Oh damn, it's coming at me with a head of steam! Alright, now how do I fight it? What is he? He's just asking to get a sunburn on his anus, exposing it to the sky like that. Oh fuck! Can't walk backwards. Bubsy doesn't have the balance for it. Let me try jumping on him. That didn't work. Alright. When the going gets tough, the tough start shitting. When he falls over, I'm gonna jump. You don't serve any purpose, do you, Bubsy? You're just an entirely useless piece of shit. I don't think. You can win. There it is. 900 points. Who the fuck's throwing a banana in here? Oh shit, he's losing control, damn! That's rather cruel, throwing bananas at the elephant. Then again, I'm trampolining off its ass cheeks, so no one's treating this elephant with respect. Who the fuck is throwing these bananas in the ring? Which one of you twisted fucks is tossing them? I'm trying to help you here, elephant. You don't need to charge at me. I'm trying to find the criminal. Why would you use your anti-air ass attack? I'm trying to help you. But now I'm not gonna help you. You see what you've done? And now I'm not gonna try and help you here. Take this. Yeah. Just threw you into a washing machine. How many more times do I have to pogo off of this elephant's ass? His whole anal region is made out of graphene. This is absurd. Now he's just falling over like he's damn Mr. Fall Over Elephant, bitch. This has gotta be it. Am I not attacking him right? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to do an Olympic dive into his anus and destroy him from within? Is that what? Oh, you piece of shit. Fuck this. I'm just gonna skip to the final boss. The final stretch of my patience. I'm gonna complete Bubsy. Here we go. Is this an actual level? You're eating the fuck out of yourself. Why would they make this an actual level? Oh shit. Now I'm being attacked by hand turkeys. Why can't it just be a boss fight? Why do I have to go through this gauntlet? Alright, there we go. Well, that is extraordinary. They're fucking everywhere. This is just fucking shit. I don't know where to go and I don't know where I'm going, because every time I jump, the camera locks onto the ground. Wait, is this where... Damn it, turn around. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Is this it? There's gotta be something to do here. Jimmy Neutron's testicle wouldn't be floating in front of this wall for no reason. Oh, this is it. There it is. Oh, question marks. Not even the game knows what the fuck is going on or what to do. This is not a very good level. I don't think it's a well-designed level, and I'm not enjoying this level. I don't like this level. I am gonna complete this, because I just looked up where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, that's right, I just put boxing gloves on the titties. I'm gonna complete this. I'm going to complete Bubsy. We are a go for takeoff. Incoming, son of a bitch. Bubsy, we need to prioritize. We gotta take out that two-headed gumdrop. Am I not supposed to jump on him? That's the only attack I have, so my options are limited here. Maybe I just missed. Either way, the only thing I can do... He dropped a blue sandbag on me. He's just throwing sandbags on people. I've got you this time, you sack of shit! That was a direct hit. If I had hit him any more direct, I'd be calling a fucking phone number that you see in commercials, ordering a product I don't even want. Don't act like you're off balance. The only thing you're off of is the shitter. I hate these falling shopping carts. It doesn't matter that the game's over. I'm not going to complete that level. Do I want to continue playing Bubsy? That's like asking a scooter if it wants to be run over by a monster truck. No, I do not want to continue playing Bubsy. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
You ever do a cryptid hunt? Yeah, we've done that before as well. Shocker, we didn't find anything. Your non-believing aura scared them off. Unironically, that's what a lot of people say in the ghost believers crowd, that you have to believe in order for them to show up. Which I think is a crazy take. The ghost knows if you don't believe, and it won't show up. If you follow that train of thought, though, to its natural conclusion, don't you think your overwhelming willingness to believe is influencing what you think you're experiencing? Because you want to believe? Well, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just on the crack pipe. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? And the guy who originally filmed it got, like, arrested or something? The jackalope is the most underrated cryptid. That one's very popular. What do you mean underrated? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the Cliff Notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys, 2 brothers Ed May, 13, and Freddie May, 12, and their friend Tommy Heyer, 10, had been playing soccer in the evening after school when they saw something strange. A pulsing red light flashed in the sky and then appeared to crash into a farm by the hills. The boys grabbed their mom, May's mom, and a few other boys, all aged 10 to 17, all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. The Sandown Clown. Hit me with the Cliff Notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the Amazing Digital Circus.
The children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter,
that's deep.
the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown. Or the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia. What?
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln La Paz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever La Paz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. La Paz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, and they were made by aliens. Nikola Tesla is the internet's favorite scientist and is famous for lots of other things too, like inventing the Tesla coil, his dislike of women, and his strange obsession with pigeons. In 1899, though, he made his most controversial discovery when he claimed to have received an electric signal sent by aliens. He even published an article for Collier's Weekly, subtly titled Talking with the Planets, where he theorized the signal was from Mars. Modern conspiracy theorists, however, believe Tesla was actually intercepting a message from the Black Knight satellite. According to Vice, in 1927, a Norwegian engineer named Jürgen Hals was listening to radio signals when he noticed that some of them had a strange echo. Despite turning to other physicists for help, Hals could never explain these long-delayed radio echoes, but some believe the answer is pretty obvious. By the end of the 1950s, the space race was in full swing, and both the US and USSR had managed to put satellites in orbit. But according to Skeptoid, on February 11, 1960, a radar used by the US Navy picked up the presence of a strange, dark, tumbling object that didn't belong to either country. Americans freaked out, worried that it was a new Soviet satellite, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified
Black Knight
documents,
satellite.
we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably.
Even the French managed to get in on the conspiracy action. In 1961, a scientist named Jacques Vallée made a startling discovery.
This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A Pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
United States. These diminutive beings are typically described as standing knee-high to a human, with distinctive features such as wrinkled grey skin, large noses and ears. Pukwudgies are renowned for their capricious and sometimes malevolent nature. They take pleasure in playing pranks on humans, often starting as harmless tricks but occasionally escalating to more harmful actions. In some legends, they are even believed to possess the power to cause illness, bad luck, or in extreme cases, bring about death. They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! There. That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. These are nothing. This is all trash. Trash garbage. Not real cryptids. You hear about the recent mysterious patterns of death and disappearance of 10 UFO researchers? It's 11 now, isn't it? Who are the missing or dead scientists with connections to government research? Steven Garcia, 48 years old, last seen leaving his home in Albuquerque on August 2025. He was on foot carrying a handgun, with police reportedly warning he may have been a danger to himself. He worked as a property custodian at Kansas City National Security Campus, which manufactures non-nuclear components for nuclear weapons. He had top security clearance at the facility, which would allow him wide access. Frank Mawald, researcher with NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, died July 4th, 2024 at 61. Frank managed the development of the SBG Visweir instrument and had previously overseen successful delivery of 2 instruments for the AMRC program. No public cause of death has been provided. Carl Grillmeier was shot to death on his front porch. He was an astrophysicist at Caltech who collaborated with NASA and found water around exoplanets. He was known for his work on collisions of galaxies and his search for water outside our solar system. There was no clear motive for his death. Detectives arrested Freddie Snyder later that day for carjacking, connecting him to Grillmeier's death. Although detectives believed the 2 men didn't know each other, Snyder had been arrested in December for trespassing on his property while carrying a rifle. Michael David Hicks died July 30th, 2023. Physicist with JPL, specialized in comets and asteroids. Worked on major space missions, including DART. His passion for science was coupled with a deep appreciation of art, pursued projects in visual media, woodblock prints to oil painting to metalwork. Cause of death not disclosed. Disappeared February 26, 26, leaving his New Mexico home. Rumors about his connections to alleged UFO programs sparked questions about his missing case and probable connections. During his tenure in the Air Force, he oversaw classified space weapons programs, head of research at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Monica Riza, another JPL employee, disappeared June 22nd while on a hike. Melissa Cassius disappeared from her home June 26, 2025. An administrative assistant at Los Alamos National Laboratory forgot her work badge, decided to work from home that day, took her daughter to lunch, disappeared. Anthony Chavez, an employee at Los Alamos, a former employee at Los Alamos, disappeared May 4th, last seen leaving his home on foot. He hiked trails, distributed flyers to businesses, reviewed hours of surveillance footage, diligently followed up on every tip. Nuclear physicist Nuno. This one I think most people know. This one was a very big story, because this one happened pretty recently and was national headlines because of the work he was doing. But he was shot to death from a fucking madman. Jason Thomas disappeared December 12th. Wife reported missing when he didn't return home. Body was recovered in Massachusetts Lake, March 2026. That's all of them so far. And the list just keeps growing every week. How many scientists are linked to the government? Some of these deaths are pretty spread out. Unless there's like a couple hundred of these guys, it doesn't seem too odd. I don't know. But I still think it seems odd regardless, because it's all in a relatively short period of time. You see, IGN gave Mouse PI a 6. Why? Because the protagonist kills too much. Was that actually one of the reasons they gave it a 6? The protagonist kills too much?
I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, and tropes of classic noir films and novels, as well as 1930s cartoons more broadly. It doesn't seem to get why those things are there, or how they're used to tell compelling stories. By fusing a hard-boiled detective mystery with a fast, retro-styled FPS, developer Fumi Games has made a shooter that is thematically incoherent, with the apparent aspirations of its story contradicted at every point by the actual action. Of all the Steam libraries and all the PCs in all the world, Mouse PI for Hire walked into mine, and I wish I liked it more than I do.
It's over!
What is that statement? Of all the PCs in the world, it walked into mine? That's such a cringe sentence, bro. You bought a game. Well, you didn't buy it, it's IGN. They gave you a game. You downloaded it. That's not even a good noir take on something. That was awful.
You got nowhere left to run. I run toward the dream! A bright future ruled by big mice!
Mouse follows Jack Pepper, a private eye in a world where everyone is a mouse, after Wanda Fuller from the Mouseburg Herald sets him on the case of a missing magician.
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you
a magician.
As you'd expect, that spirals into a much bigger conspiracy that includes an attempt on a mayoral candidate's life and racially motivated mouse-on-mouse
It's a riff on
violence
an old
as big
noir
mice
quote.
oppress the
I don't know
smaller
which
shrews.
one.
My buddy got nabbed for just being a shrew.
Same as it ever was, even in Mouseburg. And the requisite twists and turns you'd expect from any good detective story make this tale solid enough.
I was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew racket.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Mouse with a sultry voice.
That's a fair
would be
criticism.
described as,
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
someone need to assure you they're telling the truth.
Swear on my
It grates him. That's
This
fine.
is charming initially, then it never stops. Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman,
Who
Jack
cares?
will quip that he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like a
That's weak. I guess he doesn't.
Joke. The voice actors
doesn't
and
like
Troy Baker
the
do an
sewer
admirable
gator,
job
I
with
guess?
what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar. What's wrong with Gouda?
No good if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something else.
Ticket seller.
That's fine if the writing doesn't hit for you. That's a fine
So I
complaint.
need your strongest tickets.
It's hard to care about
Sure,
it
I can see that getting annoying.
because it never stops
That's
making
fine.
jokes about everything.
Here's Jacko.
It just wants to remind you of other better things. Surely that's enough, right?
Time to find someone higher up and squeeze until they
At least the shooting is better. This is the latest in a wave of boomer shooters inspired by old school FPSs like Doom or Quake, and it's a decent one at that. You start with a pistol in Jack's fists, but you'll soon acquire a shotgun, dynamite, a James gun, which is just a Tommy gun, and more unique stuff like the Devarnisher, which shoots what looks like Elmer's glue that melts the flesh from your enemy's bones, leaving only a skeleton.
Why did you shoot 3 of
There was
that at
stuff
one
like double
shield
jump,
enemy, bro?
dash, spinning tail for hovering, and a slide, and Jack's got some stylish moves when the bad guys show up. This ain't Quake, but it does feel good. It doesn't hurt that all of it, from reload animations to random conversations, is rendered in an absolutely gorgeous black and white mix of sprite work and 3D models. The world building may be thin, but Mouse PI for Hire is still dressed to the nines. Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop
Especially
gun.
the
There's a
shotgun.
strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck. Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also
Alright,
really
I don't want to watch the rest of it. So what brings it to a 6? He just doesn't like the jokes?
Police in Mouseburg would be the safest city in the world because nobody would be left alive to commit crimes in the first place. It's hard to buy into Jack as the regular guy who needs to gather evidence I'm told he is when he just wiped out the local police department, you know?
The police barcade. We'll show 'em.
Brother, who cares? It's a cartoon. That's like the whole
Mouse PI
vibe.
for Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard. But once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese. For more, check out our reviews of Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem. And
How interesting. This guy gave WWE 2K25 an 8, by the way. What an interesting criticism. It's fine to not like the cheese puns all the time. I can definitely see that getting annoying. But the other complaints are fucking terrible. It's hard to buy into this world when the guy's just killing all the police. And the mouse, like the mouse city, like all the police are getting killed. I can't buy into the world. It's a 6. I don't get that one. Gamer Ranks also had similar complaints, by the way, about this story. Well, it's two different things. The story not being good and the game not being good because I can't suspend disbelief in a cartoon game. This doesn't logically make sense. Thus, it's bad for that. But if the story itself is bad, that's a legitimate complaint. I'm not far enough in the story to know if it's, like, good. I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's been great so far. But I'm only, like, 2.5 hours in. I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic. Because this is a scary topic. Too many people are sleeping on an incredible show. I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished, that only just recently ended, that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. Like, I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this was going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So it'll flip-flop between, an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from, arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. It's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So, it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D. But it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to gush and grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value. So if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can crush him or move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciated it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X, but it also has a really interesting format where instead of following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking 1 or 2, I'm talking 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate 2 or 3 episodes to a hero giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted, or even annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions, it's not. It flows so well. In the last 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. I literally could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not, because it felt very slice of lifey, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously, and it was more like about, maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. Like, there's nothing like childish about it or like slice of lifey or anything. It's a really like well done deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. It was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a ranking tournament that goes on where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for a very brief period of time because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant. With a snap of his fingers, he's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. He is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, I cannot praise this show enough. It's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding, especially Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight, and it is so fucking great looking. I highly encourage you to just watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking Ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. I really think that what they've done here is something special, and I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about the show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing though about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship, this is a pivotal moment and you'll see it from one character's perspective, when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why. Because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing, a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, for me personally, is my anime of the year, and I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. To Be Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya. It's one of the most coveted accomplishments in all of sports. The Demacia Cup is the crucible where boys become men.
It feels good to be competing.
Am I so nervous?
Yeah.
I doubted the shit out of this roster too.
I play League of Legends, so that way there's always 4 other people who know that I'm better than them.
It's a game of chess, and I've got the butt plug engaged.
I have never hated anybody more than these 5 people.
No, gout's not contagious. Ever again. Ever.
How do you handle his ego?
Why don't you peel me like that when we're duoing? What the hell's going on here?
No, he lives! Oh, I can't believe he didn't die.
They had to replace their mid laner because he was indicted in the Epstein files.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
In the moment, things kind of went tits up.
Winning this trophy is truly everything I've ever worked for.
This is our game, we just gotta close it out now.
I think it would feed my family for generations. This is do or die.
Quick pause, sorry. That light was...
It does that occasionally.
The Demacia Cup is where boys become men. This is the first taste of war. I'm Charles, Dr. Zalost White, top laner for Shopify Rebellion Z Squad. Growing up, it's always one of those things that you chase, but you can never really picture yourself attaining it. Winning the Demacia Cup is everything. That's hoisting the Stanley Cup. That's winning the Nobel Prize. That's a gold medal in the Olympics. It's one of the most coveted accomplishments in all of sports. I think it would feed my family for generations. I don't think there's a bigger brain in the entire Clash circuit than Matt Fluffy Puffy Llama.
Yeah, no, my childhood, my upbringing really is what played into me being a good jungler. I had to fend for myself. Nobody look after me. I studied the school of hard knocks, learned the rules of the street. I mean, if you think about it, the jungle is just the streets, but different.
The things he's able to see, they go against conventional wisdom.
The gold I get from killing the minions reminds me of the money I didn't have growing up. The team I play with reminds me of the family I never had. The team fights remind me of the boys I used to have to beat off just... Whoa.
Danny on support, it's like Mozart writing his symphonies.
I play League of Legends, so that way there's always 4 other people who know that I'm better than them.
Danny is a true bright spot, like a mime busking in the street because he barely gets to talk.
It just feels right, it sounds right, and it always is. I don't think I've ever seen him make a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Interestingly enough, another person on the team is notorious for having a big ego thinking they're the best.
Yeah, fakester.
Annyeonghaseyo, my name is Andrew E.G. Fakester Losi. I'm the ADC for Shopify Rebellion Z Squad.
What's the EG for?
Erect Gaming.
Are you aware we were supposed to do this interview an hour and a half ago?
Yeah, you said 11 o'clock.
It's 12:30.
I don't think that's right.
How do you handle his ego?
Laning with EG Fakester is not the easiest.
I just like feeling powerful over other people.
He's a hound dog, and he's got to eat.
But I think that he knows deep down that I am the reason he is who he is.
I don't think it's really an ego. I think it's just the reality of life that I am just better than all of these people. I think it's hard to have an ego when it's just the truth.
Oddly enough, for everything I've said, I would say E.G. Fakester is one of the key reasons we win games. The weak link is very clearly Gouthaver, and I would say it is 100% because of his gout.
Christian Gouthaver Valaceres, and I'm the mid lane for Shopify. I mean, I'm the newest member to Shopify. I think everybody on the team gets along really well, but I don't really get to talk to the team much. You know, I don't know if somebody told them that gout was contagious.
Many of us, myself most notably, was concerned about the contagious nature of this disease. You know, is it infectious? How does it spread?
No, gout's not contagious. If anything, it's a blessing.
He was actually here this morning in that chair.
Like in this chair?
Yeah, that chair.
The chair I'm sitting in. Yeah, is there someone around? Can I get a different chair? Like, is there someone here that can get me a different chair? How has having gout impacted my professional career? You know how when a blind guy loses his vision, all of his other senses are heightened? It's kind of the same, but for my CSing ability, for my general map knowledge and macro, I feel like those other senses have been heightened by my inability to walk. Winning this trophy would mean everything. It would silence the haters, especially on my own team. I think it'd be a good catalyst to jumpstart the career and look at other teams like maybe T1, maybe G2. You know, I don't think these talents need to be kept in North America.
I gotta tell you, going into this tournament, I wasn't feeling great.
So this is a single elimination tournament.
Oh, is it single?
Is it? No, I was asking.
I mean, I felt in my element. Winning is just natural for me.
If you win all 3 games, you get a trophy and awesome prizes.
What? At the end of the day, nothing else mattered.
Lock in! Let's go!
I did everything I could to get picked up by the Phantom Dogs.
We're playing Wolf.
The Phantom Dogs.
The Phantom Dogs! My deal fell through last second. There was no part of me that wanted to play with E.G. Fakester.
Oh, it shows we're scouting right now. Oh,
yeah, we're scouting.
When you see your opponents in Clash laid before you in the Demacia Cup, and you get the opportunity to scout them, analyze them. These could be Smurfs, though. We have to remember that. Yeah. It's a game of chess, and I've got the butt plug engaged. Damn, inserted would have sounded better. There's a butt plug in my ass right now.
I'm gonna look up Puppy October and see if it.
I'll take Tropical Q.
Puppy October, let's just say if I saw him in my childhood, he'd be dead. It was not his jungle, it was my jungle. I was letting him walk in it for a little bit.
Oh, wait, Matt, they just target banned you.
That is my most played.
That's so funny.
When I see that my teammates are being target banned and not me, it just bodes really well. They don't know the champions the same way that I know my champions.
I, of course, wanted Yorick. If I don't see a Yorick ban, I'm going to be insulted. Oh, Yorick!
Oh, the Yorick ban.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, the Demacia Cup opponents we played definitely did their homework, so I had to make a quick game time decision to pivot into something that I knew was safe, I knew was certain. Okay, I might just do Garen then.
How do we feel about Volibear? I watched a YouTube video on how to play Volibear about 10 minutes before Champ Select.
All right.
All right, warm up those fingies, boys.
Yep.
I knew we had that in the bag. Dude, I have never hated anybody more than these 5 people.
It feels good to be competing.
Why am I so nervous?
Because you're worried about how bad we're going to beat them.
I should have beat, dude. I gotta go BP.
I'm more the glue guy. I'm trying to stay aware of what's on the table and what's at stake, reminding us that this is do or die.
Okay, he's going in.
Nice.
Nice, boys. I love what I'm hearing down there, boys. If you could see how little fun I'm having up here. I just control-clicked my spells. That's how you know I'm playing serious.
Oh, shit. He's fucking locked.
Mechanically, I would say on the Shopify Rebellion Z squad, I am among the most elite, not only on our team, but in the world. Did they change the tempo of this game? Why do I move so fucking slow? God, my CSing is actually unbelievable. Her ult is down, if you're still here, Matt.
She's back.
I should probably grubs here.
God, he's taking so much damage from the minions, he's not respecting them.
It tells a lot about a person when they don't respect the minions.
A little high five on the way? Hell yeah.
How do I high five?
Oh, Lasandra's coming down. Maybe we just turn on her.
When the big team fights are happening, they're going to decide the outcome of the match.
Yeah, this is serious business now, boys.
That's when time slows down for me. You know, I can see every moving piece of the battlefield.
They get close, we turn. If we get close, we turn. We turn.
I think we really made a good job with our calls during the team fights. We knew when to keep the pressure on, stay fucking tweaking on their nipples in there, not letting them just disengage.
Nice. We are rolling over them.
Yeah, this is so good. I did everything I could to just get in there and hit them with the full Garen combo, which, as most people know, isn't the easiest thing to pull off, but with Fakester feeling that type of way, I knew I could do it for him.
Yeah, I turned my brain off for that entire encounter.
A huge kill top lane, Charles.
Thanks, brother. She thought I was going to miss that minion.
See you, bub.
Oh, very nice.
That is smurfing on Volibear.
He did have a good game on volley. It did shock me. I was making all of the calls. I think he just did a really good job that game of listening to me specifically.
Good work, boys. Our macro's just better, too.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. Wait, what? Is this guy stupid?
Maybe they weren't Smurfs.
Is that GG?
Go.
Okay. Oh,
wait.
We're burning out.
I can turn turrets off with my ult.
Oh,
yeah, but no one.
I got them both. That's GG. End it.
The FF.
There it is. GG.
Holy shit.
Bills.
Chills.
That feels good.
Fucking game.
Not gonna lie, my biggest fear is we showed up tonight and didn't win a game.
Just outclassed in every way.
We're playing the Troll Kings next.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, they have a Plat 4 player.
Instant Trundle ban.
Oh, no doubt the Troll Kings specifically were the most terrifying opponents to go up.
The Troll Kings are the team I was personally least worried about.
Yeah, I have to pee so badly. You got 3 bans, then a pick.
Oh, you got me.
Targeted.
Oh, why does everyone hate me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm no stranger to getting target banned when they look up my stats and see just the raw performance, but gameplay speaks for itself.
Who should I be playing top? It's just Aurelia is such a pain in the ass. I'm just gonna do Trundle.
You're using their namesake against them. That's crazy.
Trundle, in the game, he is known as the Troll King. So I thought maybe doing that could be dangerous, given the amount of bodies they've piled up. Unfortunately, I know they had to replace their mid laner because he was indicted in the Epstein files.
This is gonna be our toughest match yet. Fuck yeah.
Do they have enough teleports?
Triple
They're just gonna cheese like pushes.
Yeah, they're gonna do some crazy cheese.
Man, Aurelia is such an annoying champion.
The big moments in League of Legends for me is when it's just me and my opponent. In lane, 1v1, just a good old-fashioned pugilistic hootenanny where the better man wins.
I think she missed cannon. Fucking idiots!
What a pig.
Don't say that, guys. I just missed cannon.
I've got this Aurelia playing real scared.
How are you feeling about this, Charlie?
We can fight it. I actually think I'm pretty confident.
That early gank that I led the charge on with Matt.
I'm coming up. Ari might be there first, but I'm coming.
We came in there with plans. We had studied the tape.
Oh, I didn't think you'd hit that.
And unfortunately, in the moment, things kind of went tits up.
Finish it. I think you can kill.
No shot. She lives. When Andrew pulled you down to the separate call, what did he say to you?
Is there a way we can do this one without the cameras rolling?
There was a lot of soul searching.
Yeah, so first of all, I said...
From the both of us.
Second of all, I said you...
We had a very private conversation.
Third of all, I said you...
Fakester's known as a bit of a hothead, but it comes from a place of love.
Fourth of all, I said you... Ever again. Ever.
But I think the threats to my family were unwarranted.
And that's just what I said. It was just a couple of things.
That's a bad call from me, sorry.
It's all good.
What's our vibe captain up to? Can we get some words?
Dude, Vibe Captain, he's here.
I was worried, but given my over a decade of experience in the Rift, and I knew I could find something that would work, and by golly, I did.
Yeah, fuck you, Aurelia. I'm too good. I'm too good.
Oh my god, the vibes are amazing. The whole reason I picked a Nivea, worst case scenario, is sit under tower with egg and just don't interact with her.
It seems you were in egg form over 60% of the game.
Correct. Yeah. 62%.
Uh-oh, guys.
Gold. Oh shit. It's happening.
No,
the prophecy.
You come up and you... Oh no.
Prophecy's
Right
been
time.
killed.
He was an egg the entire time, just trying to see the gray screen. And I think a lot of that comes from the gout that he's suffering with. You can have more of an impact on Summoner's Rift in an egg or in the gray screen than you can alive a lot of the time. Really more of a macro mind game than focusing on getting kills in KDA players. That's just not my style.
Ooh, Danny, that was nice.
Did we turn on this?
I'm coming.
I'm coming as well.
Oh my god. My heroes.
Oh,
I got
he
eaten.
got 8. He got 8 the last second. Alright, we just go drag. It's fine. We just go drag.
Good job.
Luckily, they were absolutely pathetic when it came down to crunch time.
Hey Matt, if Aurelia's still here, just come with me. Yeah, she's still here. I'm gonna start this.
Oh, she fell right into your trap.
God, Trundle pushes turrets so fast. I'm gonna grab their tier 2 for this. I grab their mid. That's fine, I'm gonna just grab their turret.
Oh, Tom's already here.
I got tier 2, huge. I got their inhib.
Trundle things.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot you were in the game.
They were all over the place. Not buttoned up at all.
If you hold them there, I can get their Nexus turrets.
There is no way they just let you do that.
You could tell when the big moments hit, they really floundered.
That's
All right,
GG.
guys, I'll push this. You guys win the game.
Hey guys, I got the
Yeah, Nexus down.
Think about it.
Yeah, Good work, boys.
Boys, we're in the championship.
Let's go.
2-0.
That one I thought was kind of a free game, and I was ready to just go next.
Wow. Wait, championship, we get a trophy if we win this one?
Going into game 3, we were the favorites by a landslide.
The third game, there were starting to be some flutters. I could feel the team was getting a little bit nervous. It was the best team we were going to play all day.
All right, let's get it.
Oh, blue side.
Someone just tell me who to play. I'm struggling here.
Well, it never feels good when your team abandons you in the cold like that. I was asking for any kind of guidance, which fell on deaf ears, so...
I'll just rip the Garen.
All right, boys, this is it.
This is it for all the marbles.
The big one.
We gotta take this one home.
We have to.
Bitcoin's at like a 90-day low too, so it's never been a better time to get into it.
If you can come top, Matt, this Malphite super dies. Nice match. Fucking nice flash stun. Holy shit.
Dude.
This Malphite is one of the most embarrassing CS opponents I think I've ever had. Like, it's clear he understands the basic concept of CSing, but he just can't do it. You want to see something really scathing? Watch your kill screen in just a second.
Right now.
No, he lives!
He's so much mana.
No, I can't believe he died. Oh, I can't believe he didn't die.
Yeah, I could hear the fans let out a collective gasp of shock and disgust, and you could feel the tide shift.
I thought that would kill.
Walk me through in game 3, Dragon Pit.
They're looking to dragon.
Things go south fast.
Yeah.
I gotta get out. Holy shit.
That dragon was a tough spot.
No way! I'm outside of that. That's so stupid.
I think what happened was Discord went down or something. I was telling Andrew things to do, and he was just not listening.
Oh my lord, that CC. Holy. That's...
Damn.
That was unfortunate.
That's tough. That's alright.
I shouldn't have gone back in there.
It was deflating. It was. But the beauty of being the glue guy is no matter what the situation is, you gotta stay solid. You gotta stay adhesive. I knew if we could just stay together, stay huddled together, we could overcome this adversity. We could get out the other side.
We've won harder games.
Yeah, no, this is winnable.
Everybody started thinking we were losing. I knew at that moment I had to be the vibes guy.
This is about sending a message.
She's on Rift.
Yep, I'm coming straight to it.
We can start moving. I
think they're just giving.
Nice. Okay,
Big macro,
make it
back,
true.
That was good. You know, how can I get out?
Just hit
run
the
towards the wall.
Yeah, just hit it.
Boom.
Very well done. Very good driving.
You know, I live by a motto that if people are waiting for me to do something, it's too late.
We have a strong presence top if you guys want to rotate here and kill this Malphite.
I'm coming.
What's his face's TP advantage?
That's fine. We still kill him.
I need to get there before they think I need to.
Shit, I almost died of that.
If you hit this...
We can dive here. We can dive.
Oh,
wow. Victor might be TPing. I don't have anyone to answer.
Good fucking work, boys.
Careful, they might shred us here. Yeah, I'm dead. Just leave me.
Yep. Oh, no. Wait a minute. The boy who lived?
It's like when that guy had his arm trapped under a boulder for 127 hours. He didn't give up. He cut his arm off. And that's what we were going to have to do.
Oh my god, and we get away with it.
All right, boys, this is our game. We just got to close it out now.
Winning this trophy would mean everything. It would.
The weak link is very clearly Gouthaver.
And could even compete through having such a debilitating illness.
Is there someone around? Can I get a different chair?
Our weakest link is definitely Gouthaver, and it's absolutely because of the gout.
Silence the haters.
Oh, fucking beautiful.
That was the baddest ult ever.
Silence the haters.
I'm going.
Oh, good farting.
Oh my god. Wow. She just dies. She just dies not being able to do anything.
She got nuked. Holy shit.
Yeah, the calls to Baron, really every call was me. I think every single Baron was just me going, guys, we gotta go now to Baron. You'll see it.
Matt, you and I are gonna duo Baron.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Good call.
A lot of people point to that moment as the moment we almost lost. I point to that as the only reason we won.
I think we can just kill.
They're just fucking running from you.
One more good fight.
Gwen ult is down.
We're just chipping.
I don't have any words.
GG! Champions, boys!
Undefeated.
3-0, baby.
The boys are undefeated. See how it doesn't take us an hour and a half to close out a game like these idiots?
Fools!
Embarrassing.
Oh, that's good.
Let's go. Where did they ship the trophy?
Oh my god.
Oh, LCS is in the chat, watching my favorite Clash team.
LCS, you know what would be awesome?
Send us a trophy.
Oh, are they little Demacia cups? That's sick.
Mine's listed on eBay in 6 seconds flat.
No, Christian doesn't mean that.
Dear Christian Gouthaber Valiceres, we have done you the courtesy of preemptively placing your trophy on eBay on your behalf. It sold for $576. Oh my.
And then there's an eBay receipt. So someone actually got...
They actually sold this.
So there's someone out there that has Gouthaber's Demacia cup.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that would explain why there's 4 Demacia cups in here when I...
Yeah, hang on, there's more.
Oh my god, it's signed by the president!
Hello, I'm Mark Z, the LCS Commissioner. The LCS represents the pinnacle of League of Legends gameplay within North America and is home to our best players. Or so we thought. We recently became aware of the absolutely historic achievement of Team Moist in the Demacia Cup Clash.
Yeah, she could go. Yeah, she could go.
Nice,
around.
Matt.
And we're in awe of the team's staggering strategy, skill, dedication, and coordination.
We can?
No, he lives!
How much mana?
No, I can't believe he died. Oh.
While these were not LCS matches, we knew the ceiling of what was possible in the region had just been raised and immediately set into motion a way to commemorate this occasion.
GG! Champions, boys!
We put together a strike team of rioters who tirelessly worked day and night to craft a trophy worthy of the accomplishment. Only the best design and materials would do this victory justice. Now, some naysayers might point out that technically there were thousands and thousands of Demacia Cup Clash winners. To those, we say, who cares? Anyone with eyes knows that there was only one real winner.
Ain't that amen?
So Riot Games and the LCS team are pleased to award Team Moist with a one-of-a-kind Demacia Cup Clash trophy.
If that isn't the best goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life, if I went right now and witnessed the birth of my first child, that would still be better. This is us planting our flag on the moon, boys.
Truly, I still can't believe that I am sitting here in this seat, winning these games. Now that we've done this, what's next?
Yeah, if there's one thing I could say that I didn't get to say is if you need an ADC for a team, please just let me know. Find me on Discord.
I know they're all talking about running it back.
Well, it'll be the same roster, right? So I'll still be on the...
I sent a message to the Phantom Dogs asking if they'd still want to talk about a deal.
Do you think this team could win again?
You saw Ticketmaster is officially an illegal monopoly now. I saw the headlines, I haven't looked into it. Let me see. I hesitate to believe that, though. There was a big effort to shut this down. So I'd be shocked if they did actually follow through and designate them an illegal monopoly. There's got to be some kind of caveat. Jury finds Live Nation Ticketmaster illegal monopoly that overcharged fans. Trump administration dropped out of the trial, but 33 states kept fighting. This I didn't know. Once Trump came in because of... Trump always steps in when there's donations on the line. I remember the administration came in to try and, wash it. I thought it was kaput. I didn't realize they kept going. Wait a minute, this could be huge then. Federal jury ruled today that Live Nation and its Ticketmaster subsidiary operate an illegal monopoly that overcharged fans for tickets, handing a win to U.S. states that continue to trial even after the Trump administration dropped out. Jury found that Ticketmaster unlawfully maintains a monopoly in the market for ticketing services at major concert venues and that Live Nation has a monopoly in the market for large amphitheaters used by artists. Whoa. Whoa, wait. This came from the office of Attorney General Letitia James. You might recognize her name because she's the one that's currently suing Valve. You telling me she actually does real lawsuits that aren't dog shit? Is that possible?
Unless I'm misremembering, I'm pretty sure it's Letitia James that's suing Valve. I'll double check. I'm nearly 100% sure though. Yeah. New York Attorney General Letitia James sues Valve Corporation. That was February 25th, 2026. Very interesting. Live Nation unlawfully requires artists who use the amphitheaters it owns to also use its event promotion services, and that fans have been overcharged for concert tickets at major concert venues across the country, which anyone who's been to a concert over the last decade will tell you. Ticketmaster overcharged states by $1.72 per ticket and what the state had estimated. Evidence at trial showed that a Live Nation regional director boasted a gouging ticket buyers and robbing them blind, we covered that, with fees for ancillary services such as slight parking upgrades. The verdict could cost Live Nation and Ticketmaster hundreds of millions of dollars just for the $1.72 per ticket that the jury found Ticketmaster had overcharged consumers in 22 states. Great news. Actually, wonderful news. I thought for sure this was kaput after the Trump administration stepped in to try and help the monopoly. The Trump administration last month decided to drop out of the case that began during the Biden era. U.S. blindsided states by announcing a settlement with Live Nation during the trial, forcing states to take over the lead role. Trump administration gave up the fight and wanted to let these companies off the hook easily. But we kept fighting for every Arizonan who had been charged too much by this illegal monopoly, and we won. Trump admin agreed to stop pursuing a breakup of Live Nation and Ticketmaster as part of the settlement. The terms reportedly included changes to business practices and civil penalties of up to $280 million for states that opted to join the settlement, but only 6 states joined the deal, and they will reportedly receive a total of $18.6 million. So no more overpriced tickets. Okay, let's not get carried away, brother. This is good news, but it's not like it actually solves the full problem. At least not yet. It is a step in the right direction, though. You see the 26-year-old that died in the fake ICU. 26-year-old Connor Hilton of North Haven died August 2024 at a Bridgeport Hospital Milford campus after being admitted for pancreatitis. Parents are now suing Yale New Haven Health and Northeast Medical Group for negligence in a wrongful death claim. So here, I haven't read this article, but where does it talk about what happened? Because it's pretty wild. So according to the state report, Hilton did not see, this is after he had presented with his signs of pancreatitis. They admitted him to the ICU, but they didn't administer any medication to address the alcohol withdrawal or anything like that. According to the state report, Hilton did not see an in-person physician a single time in the 4 hours he was moved to the ICU. Instead, his in-person care team consulted virtually with a remote tele-ICU model. So they literally have just telehealthing your doctors instead of like actually saving your life in the ICU. How cool is that, huh? He was pronounced dead via video screen shared by the remote physician, by the way. Very, very sad and very scary. AI doctors next. Yep. This is the first of its kind, but it won't be the last. I feel like there would be too many liabilities to have AI-only doctors. You would think, but I'm pretty confident that the lawsuits and liabilities would still be cheaper for them. Like they're going to save more money just battling those and settling than they would just paying doctors and hospital staff. The wait to see is that's something I wanted to talk about a couple days ago and forgot. If any of you follow the gaming channel, in the most recent league tournament we played in, Andrew was talking about his kidney stones. This was like a month ago now. Well, Andrew was never able to pass those kidney stones. And according to like the doctor and the tests, which by the way, he had to wait like a long time in between everything. And he said like it was very dangerous because he couldn't pass the kidney stones and the kidney stone was quite large. So for over the course of, I think, now, because at that time when we were in that tournament, it had already been like 2 weeks or something. So I think in total it was like a month and a half with him in like excruciating pain,
not able to see a doctor, not able to have a surgery, not even able to get the imaging until like weeks of discomfort. They didn't have any availability and wouldn't do anything for him. And then finally, this last Friday, he was able to like strong arm his way into an operation or into a whatever gets rid of the kidney stones. I don't exactly know how it all works, but it's brutal. That is brutal. The wait for like specialists and stuff, yeah. I don't exactly know how it all shook out with his kidney stones because it was such a long, miserable process for him. But he was telling me a little bit about it like on last Tuesday or something. And he still had them. Crazy. Like, I knew the waits were long, but I didn't know they were that long for... I don't even know, is that even like a specialist though? Because I think it was just like general procedure, right? But maybe it is. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. Now we're going into endocrinologist and we're booking onto August, September right now. Oh. Horrifying. Drinking soda doesn't help, right? With kidney stones? No, man. No, soda doesn't cure them. Soda's actually pretty bad for kidney stones, if you can believe that. Did he drink a lot of soda? No, not really. He said he's, according to him, he said he's been prone to kidney stones, but just hadn't had any for like the last 4 years. So it's something that he's just always had like a predisposition for. And recently he's been drinking like more energy drinks and stuff throughout the day. So he said it was probably from that. What about Red Bull? Yeah, I think he was a Monster guy. Well, I say was, he's still alive. I think Andrew mainly drinks Monster from what I've seen. You saw RFK Jr. stole a dead raccoon's penis in front of his kids to study it. I saw that headline, and I feel like that told me all I needed to know. He's a scientist. He's used his own body as a canvas for means of study. He's testing the human limits with meth and that brain worm. So of course he's going to study raccoon penis. I believe it. RFK Jr. is also starting a podcast. Is he? Hype. We were running low on podcasts. He has the smoothest and perfect voice for it, too. That's true. That is a good point. Thoughts on the AI Val Kilmer movie coming out? The AI Val Kilmer movie. What? As Deep as the Grave. Val Kilmer AI Performance 2026. Wait. Are we on the cusp of peak? This is what the cinema's been demanding. There he is! Very Bird Box coded.
Isho. Lee.
Wow. What a cool tagline. Wait, what? Some stories were too hidden to be found. That's some shit I would have wrote on like my 4th grade Pixo website, coldflames.pixo. Flames so hot they were cold. They think this is Uncharted, bro. For sure. Damn, that is a hot tagline. This shit was so hidden, but Val Kilmer found it. Oh, it's a true story. Where'd they hide it?
Don't fear the dead, and don't fear me.
Oh, that was something that was incredible. Apparently he gave permission before he died, so I don't even know anymore. That's just so fucking sad, man. That's just so sad. I'm gonna look that up. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I'll read this. He had been cast in the film before Pass, but was not well enough to shoot his scenes. As noted in a release from production company First Line Films, Voorhees opted to digitally create Kilmer's performance with the support of the late star's daughter. So it was the daughter that okayed it. I don't know about that. When are you getting your Northern Line cruise ticket? Leaves from Tampa, so it's perfect for you. We're heavily debating getting Aaron on that cruise. And it also, especially because it goes through his birthday. He said he'd do it, but we're not convinced it would be a good video. I really think it would just end up being fucking miserable for him. We're still cooking on it in the lab, debating if it's worth. Thought you were anti-travel, brother. I would never go on a cruise. I hate the idea of a cruise. You're literally on a fucking floating prison. Can't leave even if you want to. You're just stuck there. And I'm not like a big gambler, so I don't care about the casinos. I'm not a big water park guy, so I don't care about the water parks. Food's cool, but I could also just eat food on land and go home. I would never go on a cruise. I hate the idea of it. Then you have horror stories like the poop cruise. All kinds of awful stuff. But we were thinking about sending Aaron on the Northern Line Super Cruise. Just to document that. Imagine it ends up being Titanic 2. Aaron's footage would be huge in that case. Like, the idea is silly, and Aaron's, like, super open to doing it. It's just genuinely one of those things where, like, the idea might be more fun than the actual thing. Because I think inevitably what's going to happen... For those that don't know what we're even yapping about, I'll pull it up real quick.
My mom...
Here. So, Northern Lion, as well as some other streamers, are doing a cruise. And it's leaving out of Tampa for some reason. But yeah, so that's basically the gist of it. So, it's a streamer cruise where the chat is on the vessel with the streamers that they adore. The characters that would show up for that could be something beyond human imagination. So, like, the idea conceptually of sending Aaron on this as like a scout or like a basically a wartime journalist is like a really silly, fun idea for TOC. But this is actually his birthday. Like, we would literally be sending him to streamer cruise jail for his birthday. And it just, I don't know. I don't know if it feels cruel. It is real. No, Northern Line has confirmed this is real. And it leaves out of Tampa. Like, it leaves out of Tampa. And the whole thing is the fans get to go there on the cruise and they get to have a Q&A. They get to watch the live stream in person. I don't know what the variety shows really consist of. Hopefully a talent show will get Aaron up there and juggle for him. Or maybe deliver like a Tight 5 stand-up. It's actually a gift and it's only $2,100. Well, actually the cheapest tickets are $1,800. So we'd put Aaron in the fucking nosebleeds or whatever it is on the cruise. Whatever like the stowaway section is for $1,800. They'll have him come out to go to the Northern Line Q&A and watch him play some Slay the Spire. We have to get him the squad up ticket. That was another thing we kicked around, because Danny said he'd be willing to duo with him, get the duo Q ticket bundle or whatever. Danny loves cruises, but he might be on his honeymoon at this time, so he's not sure. I just don't know if it's... like, the idea itself is silly and wacky, but genuinely the video might just be terrible. Might just actually be terrible. And then we just wasted Aaron's whole birthday. And it'd feel bad. you know damn well everyone but the streamers will be treated like prisoners with extremely limited access. So I think what it is, I could be wrong. I'm still a little confused on it. I think it is a normal cruise, like a completely normal cruise. This isn't like Northern Lion's private dinghy, like it's not his vessel that's cruising. I think it is an entirely normal cruise that Northern Lion and the other streamers that are listed have with a section booked. So like they have their own streamer section. So what it would be is the fans book the normal cruise through Northern Lion's super cruise, and they are their guests basically. They're there for them, but they get access to the whole crew, or the whole cruise, and very limited access, I imagine, to the streamers for their own safety. Because I bet if the fans just get to like be around them at all time, it would be like piranhas. It would be like chimpanzees like ripping their flesh off. Are you going to christen the vessel in Tampa? Yeah, I'll go out there and I'll break the champagne on the cruise and spank it on the ass. And then I'll give Aaron a big salute on his way out on the streamer super cruise. Last Flag came out, the Imagine Dragons game, peak player 558. Will you play it? I mean, I played the tech test or whatever it was, the beta, I don't know. I didn't love it, so probably not. I don't see why I would. Wubby got sponsored by them a few streams ago. Wubby got sponsored by Last Flag. No way, why? Oh yeah. There he is, playing a little bit of Last Flag. That Imagine's Dragon money hit. Tyler 1 was sponsored to play it too. Damn, they had a big sponsorship campaign. That's Imagine Dragons, baby. I'm curious, hold on. So Tyler 1, Wubby, Fan. Look, it looks like a lot of people got sponsored for Last Flag. How did that do for the player count? Peak player count of 556. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I truly think sponsoring streamers to play a game is completely fucking worthless. Genuinely. Unless your game's just already successful and you just want to get like a stronger word of mouth out there, I just don't really even see the point. Like, if you have a game that doesn't have, like, legs on its own, there's just no value out of paying streamers to try and pump it. And isn't Last Flag free? It's $12. Wow, that explains a lot. Didn't they pay you to play Dying Like the Beast? Yeah, I was playing it anyway. And that's what I just said. I feel like that makes more sense if you already have a game that's going to be strong and you just want more word of mouth. I get that. But like this game, you don't get anything out of it. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Because the streamers, it's very clear, aren't really into it. I don't get it. I used to think differently. I used to think that this was like a really smart strategy for up-and-coming games to like snatch up a bunch of streamers to try and pump it off rip. But it just doesn't work. Maybe it did back then. It doesn't now. Now the sponsored streams for like big games are the ones that I get. That makes sense. I don't know what else they could do with the money. I couldn't tell you. All I know is that this strategy just doesn't work. Probably better off spending those resources making the game better and have people like actually want to play it. But I don't know what the solution is. But yeah, I definitely take, like, very rarely I'll take like sponsored streams for games that I know I'm gonna like Dying Light the Beast. That was the last one I did, or Warframe. But those are games I play and like a lot. Warframe was one of my most played games on Steam all the way up until like 2023, and it's still in like my top 5 most hours on Steam. I understand why a streamer would take it. Oh, I totally get that. I'm not saying for the streamer's perspective. I'm talking from the company. Like, I don't understand why Imagine Dragons guy would even be like, all right, let's start paying out the ass for all these streamers who aren't interested in our game. We're never going to play it, to play our game on stream for 2 hours to an audience that doesn't want to watch it. It just, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Because it doesn't work. If you saw Whoopi's chat during that stream, they were dogpiling it. And I feel like that happens every time. Like, genuinely. Again, I think that money could have just been better spent making the game better. Like, I don't know where else the marketing budget would go. Like, I guess maybe choose streamers who might have actually played it organically. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't care. It's good for the streamers, I guess. It just makes no sense for the company. Reminds me of King of Meat with what they chose to... Yeah, exactly. King of Meat is really the one that's completely changed my tune on how games market. King of Meat, which is shut down now, by the way. R.I.P. King of Meat. King of Meat paid hundreds of thousands, presumably, maybe even in the millions, for that really tight Mr. Beast sponsorship, where Mr. Beast even made a full dedicated video, millions of views, even had a Mr. Beast game mode in King of Meat, and it had, 200 peak players ever and then died? Yeah, Amazon game, by the way. And they also sponsored a ton of other people as well for King of Meat. Only ever getting 200 players or something. If that, it might have been less. So think about, the millions of dollars they spent there just going into making a good game. Or, even let's say they don't want to make the game any better. They could have taken that and given it to, Fall Guys streamers or something. Something, genuinely adjacent to the game they are making, where the community might want to play it, or the streamer might have been interested in checking it out. Mind's Eye also paid a ton of streamers to play it, and it made the game look worse. Mind's Eye is another great example. Yes, exactly. Hey man, but again, it's good for the streamers that companies keep doing it. I just don't know why they keep doing it. Just keep farming it though. This shit's crazy. The whole friend group tried to play Arc Raiders out of nowhere, just word of mouth. Word of mouth is the most powerful thing in the modern day and age. Anything organic, or at least appearing organic. I think a lot of it's fucking psyop like Nidos and all that, but word of mouth is huge. I was curious, it looks like Burnt Peanut was also sponsored by Last Flag? What the fuck? Holy shit, how much money did they pay on the streamer, the sponsored streams? He still has the banner up. Hold on. Just that alone, just having the Burnt Peanut as a sponsored streamer was probably I would say comfortably, let's see how long he played, comfortably 6 figures. Yeah, you're right. He played it yesterday. The VOD has 1.2 million views, by the way. 500 players on Steam, peak. If a company sponsor you to play a game, what game you play for sponsor? Games that I know I'm going to like, games that I'm already going to play. I'm playing Pragmata this week. If Pragmata wants to sponsor it, sure. I'm playing it regardless. I'm very excited for Pragmata. Dying Light the Beast. Warframe. PoE 2. For the last league. Well, not the last league. The league before last league. When I was grinding the fuck out of that league. Games like that. But I think it makes a lot of sense for streamers just to farm these kind of huge paychecks. There's no reason not to, even though the game is just not good. So yeah, it looks like he played it for 2.5 hours. That was easily a 6-figure deal. And nobody from the Burnt Peanut community checked out the game. Have you heard of FandomCon 2026? It was a scammy convention that went on in San Jose, a lot of upset vendors and drama. FandomCon? No. It looks like it has more going on than Barbie Dreamfest and the Willy Wonka experience, at least. Badly run show with very few guests, overpromised and way underdelivered. Badges were given out without lanyards, or with leftover lanyards from 2 years ago. Artist Alley was 25 artists. They seemed unhappy, audibly complaining about poor staff communication. AI art on sale. One Redditor went to see the voice actor from Freerun who dropped out with only a quiet announcement. There was a disco area on the main floor. I bet that was lit. And it was silent the whole time, aside from one individual sitting there wearing headphones. Registration staff knew nothing, couldn't reach anyone who did. Friday guests were left standing while the showrunner walked off mid-promise to get them set up. Only a few dealers actually showed up. Includes 2 3D printed dragon guys and one of those mass-produced crochet flower trinket stalls. And another 4 or 5 booths were advertising other conventions, and one was selling AT&T.
No comics. Saturday was worst attendance. Most vendors closed booth early. Unusual heavy rain that weekend, and Food Fest outside was canceled. Nothing to do. We were done browsing everything, with taking our time after an hour. General vibe was empty and sad.
Welcome back. It's now the afternoon. It is 3:37, and it's still pretty quiet. Yeah, there's a little more foot traffic, but it's
Pretty
not
quiet. That was Helldivers right next to
It's
you.
not equaling to sales. Pretty quiet. Yeah, there's a little more foot traffic, but it's not equaling to sales. Some people are slowly breaking down now. A lot of people did not make their booths, and then some they would have talked to. They promised the moon and the stars. There were no stars. Only this cute Ragatha. She's awesome. They have stuff, but it's not a very big event, so you could get through it in less than an hour, maybe two. It doesn't have like redo value, honestly. A lot of sellers are mad, a lot of vendors are mad, a lot of artists are mad. This is just, don't tell us 10,000 people. Where are these 10,000 people? This is not 10,000.
The rain scared them away.
5,000. This 10 thing. You see that there's so much empty spaces. Actually, this area has no traffic, so because it's facing the wall, and this area just gave just.
Seems fun. This video got taken down, calling it ScamCon. I think they were worried about a defamation lawsuit or something. SantaCon also got shut down today. The organizer got arrested by the feds. The organizer of SantaCon got taken in by the authorities? What? SantaCon leader ran his own $1 million convention US. What? Let's start at the beginning. What is SantaCon? Is this not like a Santa Claus thing? Oh, it's New York Times. God, I hate it. I hate it. One of those websites. You have to create an account or pay for it or something. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Stefan Pildes, president of the nonprofit that runs SantaCon, was charged with 1 count of wire fraud. If convicted, he faces up to 20 years in prison. So 1 count of wire fraud. Now, I don't know how big this wire fraud is. Worth mentioning, Robert Morris, the turbo pastor who found guilty of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times, only got 6 months in jail. Just something worth throwing out there. It's interesting how the system works sometimes. Lead organizer of SantaCon New York City, an annual Christmas-themed bar crawl, so it is Santa Claus adjacent, is both beloved and reviled, took more than half of the nearly $3 million the event raised for charity over 5 years, federal prosecutors said on Wednesday. Wait, what? That's a lot of money to be raising. I've never heard of it. The organizer, Stefan, used his position as the president of the nonprofit to illegally divert the money into a separate company to finance personal ventures and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on extensive renovations to a lakefront property in New Jersey, luxurious vacations in Hawaii, Las Vegas, Vail, extravagant meals, and a luxury vehicle. Stefan promoted SantaCon as an event grounded in charitable giving, but instead of donating the millions of dollars he raised, he ran his own con game. The charitable, non-political, nonsensical Santa Claus convention that happens once a year to fund art and spread absurdist joy. It was described by the New York Times in December 2025 as magical, pointless, playful, obnoxious, creative, and confusing. And it was all a lie. He was stealing it.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Left 4 Dead 2 for the PC. Let's do this shit. I installed an absurd amount of mods. I don't remember which mods I installed, so this will be a surprise for all of us. This was free to download. Whoa. Now that is the shit I'm talking about. This is the type of shit I'm fucking about. Let's rock and roll, Jurassic team. Got the fucking Extreme Dinosaurs crew here. I'll take whatever this is. Looks like a little spiky toothbrush. What happened? Oh shit. Somebody stop Diddy Kong. Oh no, Nick. Don't worry, we got you, pal.
Dinosaurs working together, there's nothing better. Is that Yoshi? Yeah, it's Yoshi. Oh fuck, the aliens have finally invaded? I knew this day would come. Damn it, I don't have a gun. What good's a dinosaur without a gun? I need to pick something up. Just give me like a little BB gun or something. Make me useful. Oh fuck, this dude's got the Master Sword. Take it to him, Link. Show him who wears the pants. Finally, a moment of solace. A brief respite. Now I'm ready to rock and roll. I like my planet the way I like my cereal, with no aliens on it. This one's trying to give me a high five, but I won't participate. Soggy ass crack. Come on, monkey, we're gonna do this together. Are you trying to steal that truck, you fucking hooligan? You fiend? Get out of there, that truck doesn't belong to you. Don't you know hot wiring doesn't even work anymore, you uneducated little prick? Oh, don't worry, I got you covered, Chief. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a charger. Or something almost similar. It's like made out of pork chops. Get out of here, alien. I'll take the hunting rifle. This thing's got like raw meat attached to it. That's an interesting way to advertise. Do you really think I'm gonna give you a hug, Yoshi? Nope, I'm not going to. Oh, damn. Xenomorph came out of nowhere. Can somebody help me out, please? Sigourney Weaver, I require your assistance. Thank you, Chief. Oh shit! Present! I'm going for it, boys, cover me. Sliding across the whole fucking universe. Must have landed on Captain Kirk's semen. I wouldn't necessarily cause it to slide. In fact, I think it'd do quite the opposite, but there's aliens here and Captain Kirk's name popped into my head, so I slid it in. Monkey out. Just gonna heal up over here, don't mind the dinosaur just patching himself up. He's having a jolly old time. Happy New Year. Alright, let's go, Link. Let's do it! Watch out, some cars set off alarms. Excuse me, Heimerdinger, I'm just gonna go over there and play with that car. Do I look like a punk bitch? Yeah, here they come. Bring them all. Bring the whole fucking fleet of aliens. Bring the whole fucking armada. I don't give a shit. I'll take them all down. I'm a velociraptor. I can smell your ass fungus. There you are. You made a mistake? Take that. How do you like that shot? Wow, he fucking flew. In football, that's called a field goal, and that would have been good. Come on, gentlemen, everyone of the tricycle. We gotta get out of this mess. There's plenty of room for everybody. Hop on. Oh, fuck, it was an ambush! Shit! They are master tacticians. Help me out. This is where I make my final stand. For Hyrule. I am Park Jurassic, son of Spielberg. I will not be defeated so easily. What the fuck was that? Was I on train tracks? What the fuck? Come here. I'm going for a little swim in the... What the fuck happened? Oh. Alright, yeah, just go ahead and pull him away from me. You know, that's good teamwork there, pal. I'll just be over here giving him a belly massage. This is awesome. Thanks for that, dude. Oh, here we go. Victim. Another one. Come here. You'll go for a little dip in the trip of agua. Ah, fuck. Shit. Did the dinosaur at least fall in the water? I can't tell. It doesn't look like he did. Fuck. My jaw's broken. Bad news, boys. Diddy Kong's got a boo-boo. Tickle my meaty ass. Yeah, you give him the business, scrotum heads. Don't worry, Peach, I'm coming for you. I'll save you from these extraterrestrials. Then you can give me your vagina. Then I can fist you, and you can fist me. Then later, we can play Go Fish. Or perhaps Old Maid, or just poker. But I'm not letting you win. I'm here for you, babe. Oh, fuck, no! No, Peach, I'm so sorry! Oh, fuck you for making me do this, Peach. All I wanted to do was make you happy. Oh my goodness, no, shit, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Is there any teammates nearby? Nope. I'll just continue to eat out your asshole. The second they leave that safe house, I'm going in. They need to know I fucking mean business. That's right, assholes. You've entered the sandbox of horse shit. I'm the horse. And I'm shitting everywhere. I don't know why that dinosaur's hitting with like a little Lego block. Not very effective. This is gonna be the coolest thing to ever happen in this universe. Trick shot. Perfectly executed. Ladies, please form an orderly queue. I would love to have sex with all of you. That was remarkable. This creature is legitimately made out of titties, except the nipples are burrowed inside of the tit itself. The nipples have formed depressions among all of this thing's tits. This has a camel toe. What are you doing, Peach? Why aren't you Peach? Why are you like a phantom? Why are you a ghost, Peach? Come back to reality. These Martians really want to get into this gas station. The gas prices on Mars must be astronomical. They're just beating down the door. You guys heard about that extinction nonsense? All that hocus pocus? What a bunch of bullshit, right? Oh, I see you. I'm coming for you now, bitch. Take this. Oh yeah, I'm slipperier than a bar of soap. Where are you running? I'm coming for you. Alright, I guess I can't jump off there and meet him at the bottom. That's fine. At least my Velociraptor doesn't look too concerned about the situation. He seems pretty calm and collected. Thank you, fellow dinosaur. How's it hanging? Look at those prehistoric asses. That's incredible. Oh, don't help him up. Thanks, Captain. I know how to do it. I'll just Jurassic Park my ass right here and watch the show. Those ass cheeks touched, I saw it. What are you doing up there, alien? Get off your cell phone. Oh, I see you, Yoshi. I don't know how I killed him, but I'll take it. Come on, Bane. It's time for the Jurassic Knight to begin his slaughter. Smack you with my gravity hammer. Damn it. Oh, I see you over there. I'll save you. Alright, fuck you. I got bigger fish to fry anyway. Come here, Bane. Where are you running, Bane? You're making this too easy for me. Get away from me, alien. Where are you? There you are. That was just too easy. The Jurassic Knight rose. Here we go. The gate is down. My pants are up. My wiener is up. Drinking milk from a cup. Let's begin this. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Good work, boys. Expert mode can't stop us. Santa's little helpers. Brace for gifts. Shit. They're everywhere. The elves are attacking. Oh, shit. Good save, good save. Come on, we got this. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year, you filthy animals. This guy's giving himself a blowjob. Can't see the line, can you, Russ? You elves are fucking with the wrong dinosaurs. Let's fossilize them. Oh, fuck, what happened? Oh, shit. I got you covered. Damn, alright, there we go. Alright, got you. Alright, we're back in action. Fuck! Get out of here, Legolas. Wow, this guy is really just eating those bullets. Oh, damn it. Yeah, expert mode is really tough, but we did alright. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
It was this. Cocky teen's brilliant escape plan ruins his life in minutes. Is this AI, or does he actually have the license plate that says will run? No, it's actually real. Okay, I've got to check this out. Is everyone okay? Like, no one gets, like, seriously injured in here or anything, right? Yeah, it's fine. I already watched it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a cop, by the way.
When a sergeant spots bikers performing stunts on a busy road, he initiates a traffic stop, but he doesn't realize they have no intention of cooperating, especially one team who will do anything to flaunt his stunts right in front of them.
I hate that shit. It's not even cool, it's just cringe. Will run. Alright, tough guy.
Right in front of them.
Oh, come on, come on!
Back again to try and talk this a little bit more.
Man, this guy sounds like a character out of the Amazing
Begins
Digital
around
Circus.
6:42 p.m. on March 12,
Why has he got a voice like a cartoon
2024,
character?
in the Port Orange area of Volusia County, Florida, where a sergeant observes 3 sport bikes popping wheelies and riding on their rear tires. But as he initiates a traffic stop, he has no idea the pursuit is about to stretch across counties, and that one teen biker in particular has no intention of stopping.
Yeah, they're continuing north. Coming up Scott 95. I have no idea. I'm back here, so I'm just gonna watch it.
Damn, what is this doodad here? Like an EMF reader for cops. The fuck is this? I haven't seen that before.
Soon the 3 bikes come to a stop at a traffic signal, and the sergeant notes down 2 license plates, while the third, a black bike, has no tag.
There's 3 of them. You can't miss them. I'm just watching 3 motorcycles that were reckless on Dunlawton doing wheelies, and one of them's got a tag on it, Will Run. He went 12F from a beach unit last week, so I was just trying to see if I can get him a parking lot. So.
Just ask him nicely to park.
The plate on a gray
He's just
bike
goofing around with that
reading
license
Will
plate.
Run. Will Run. The plate on a gray bike reading Will Run stands out because the sergeant recognizes it as the same vehicle that had fled from deputies during Bike Week, held just 1 week earlier from March 1st to 10th.
You went to line or the 3 Just went through the light northbound.
The teen riding that bike is 19-year-old Ashton. And just like
Hi,
before,
Ashton.
he has no intention of stopping, already setting his plan in motion the moment he realizes the sergeant is following them.
Can you confirm the spelling of that tag for that Will Run plate? Yeah, it looks like it's WILLRUN, but I'm not even sure it's a legit plate. It may just be a plate that he made. I copy, yeah, because that plate goes back on the black Chevy 2-door. It's expired.
Oh.
I think I got it.
Okay. Already a bit of turmoil in the group.
Hey, we can go both ways. Either we can take 415 there, or we can take this way there. The cop's going straight. Yeah, there's a cop, by the way.
I copy. Do you want me to have the tunnel through your way? Okay, hang on a second.
But Ashton and another biker quickly sense the sergeant's intentions and take off before he can stop them, leaving the third rider behind.
Bye, friends. Oh, he lunged at him like it was Left 4 Dead.
Turn your bike off. All right, the Will Run guy is eastbound on ISB 12F. I've got one of them though. Driver's license, registration, insurance card. What did I do? I watched you do a wheelie on Dunlawton.
What is she doing here? Is she part of this? Peanut Gallery's chiming in over here, live on the front lines.
With her on the back.
Right down between me and another car, and I have the dash cam for it if you want it.
I got him. Who's the guy you're riding next to?
I don't know them. I met up with them randomly and we were going
Ma'am, I'm busy.
to the gas station.
Post it on YouTube if you want.
Which gas station?
Bucky's.
Huh?
Bucky's.
I got one everything. Just confirm me. You're code 4. I'm code 4. I've got one stop. The Will Run guy and the other guy took off eastbound. Supposedly they're all headed towards the Bucky's, but there's no telling that.
Oh, that's a safe zone.
I don't know them. I apologize.
Where's your registration at?
I'm all legal. I was being dumb, man.
Yeah, you were being dumb. What are you going to do when she dies because you go too far and she falls off the back?
I apologize.
That's like a $1,200 ticket. So.
I'll cut the...
All I got on him is...
Holy.
the will run guy.
That is the most G.I. Joe looking face I've seen in a minute.
Oh yeah. How old are you? Huh? How old are you?
18. But for Ashton, simply escaping the police isn't enough. He wants to show them how hard it will be to catch him, and he turns back to put on a show.
Oh, God.
Dude, I hope that... I see that shit like, hell no, got me up.
Having a voice like that at 19's gotta be brutal.
I just pulled in the wall real quick. You passed. I see you passing. I saw you. I'm catching up.
Man, sounding like an animaniac.
I'm catching up. I saw you.
There they are right there. Or 10 seconds. The other two are come back.
Come on!
It's pretty cool! Said he's so badass.
They're back eastbound doing wheelies down ISB.
What's the cop doing getting the fucking car, dude? The cop was gonna run after him. Yeah, I don't know why he was walking towards him.
The lieutenant decides to take off after Ashton and his companion. The sergeant decides to stay.
Why would... What are you thinking, man? What? Fucking Bazooka Joe over here is gonna speed walk at him? What do you... Why, man? Just get in the car. Like, what are you doing?
Lieutenant decides to take off after Ashton and his companion. The sergeant decides to stay back to gather as much information as he can from the third rider, hoping to learn where the group might be headed and where they can find Ashton.
You know he'll be back. Oh, I'm gonna go yoke him off that bike. I was hoping that I could hold him down.
Yoke him off that bike? Is that even an express? What does yoking someone off mean?
I'm gonna stroke him a wheelie ticket. Oh, I would be 100%. 1166 with her on the back. Kidding me?
But once isn't enough, and Ashton decides to return to rub his escape skills in the face of the police.
His escape skills? Brother, they're not chasing him. What escape skills? He just drove away. They stopped somebody else.
Whoa, you're gonna come at us. Look at him.
She came back again to try and talk to us a little bit more. And they're both now westbound, and I think they might get on the 95. One's a black crotch rocket, no tag visible. The other one's a silver one. Both wearing black helmets. So listen, man, no bullshit. You know this guy?
No, I promise you. So I went and got gas at some like Circle K.
Circle K?
Some Circle K over on Port Orange.
I can't hear Circle K anymore without thinking of that Drake verse. Running out of sodas, I might walk to Circle K by myself.
I don't do all that. I have my tag up. I'm all legal. I don't do all that stuff. That's dumb.
This is a citation for riding a wheelie. Okay? 30 days to take care of it, or they will suspend your driver's license. That's your key back. You need to understand something, young man. That was extremely dumb.
I know.
Okay?
Really
Especially with her on the back.
Really dumb.
You want to go out and yourself, go ride your bike into a tree. But when you have somebody on the back, it's a whole different story.
Inspirational officer.
No way I'm going to listen to this. Okay? So, you need to knock it off. Next time it may not be as nice. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
The sergeant finds out that the group was headed to a convenience store in Daytona Beach. As more units are alerted about Ashton and his companion, several deputies join the chase, but they don't yet realize that despite their best efforts, this pursuit is far from over.
Yeah, this is a long one.
For these 2 motorcycles.
I don't know how it goes for that long. I assume they just don't go for like a dangerous chase, they just get the chopper on them.
My way up to you, I'm going to come up Williamson in case they decide to spin back around down here and taunt us some more.
I could have taken the one out of the light, but I didn't want to crash my car. So.
I wouldn't have wanted to crash my car either, but...
Yeah, that wouldn't have gone well. With me being off duty, off that bike if he's sitting in one of these.
All right, I'm heading up that way.
7736 is coming up to Technology Boulevard right now. He's turning up. He's coming up to LPGA right now. Center lane. Fast lane, nice and smooth. Heading up to the red light at 95 from LPGA.
While units desperately hit the gas to catch up with the lieutenant already in pursuit of Ashton, the teen appears more thrilled by the chase than anything else, weaving dangerous...
This used to be
traffic at
popular
high
content
speeds.
on YouTube. I see a lot of people saying this is the result of TikTok. It's not. I feel like a lot of people forgot that a long time ago on YouTube, there was an entire community of people that would get on their bikes and instigate cop chases. Like, the most notable was Ghost Rider. Forgot the numbers, but it was Ghost Rider and then some numbers. This has been around for decades. This isn't anything new. This is not like a point and blame TikTok type of thing. Just because this guy has like TikTok voice, it's not the result of that.
And putting the lives of others on the road at risk.
People in Mustangs did it as well. I think that was still Ghost Rider, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. I just remember Ghost Rider was the most notable one on his bike.
Come here, come here. I'm like, you think we're really gonna come? I knew it too. I'm like, bro, there's the top. Yeah, I saw that.
Spike strips are a no-go, it'll kill the biker. Well, no shit, they're not gonna spike strip the bikes going like 80.
I said might as well.
Yeah, that's just insta-killing someone.
Yeah.
As Ashton and the other biker stop at a gas station, the lieutenant quickly catches up and attempts to block the black bike with his vehicle, but once again, Ashton and his friend manage to flee, only making the situation worse.
Moving southbound from the 268 on 95. We haven't passed the motorcycles yet, so they likely did get off at LBJ. They're at Lucky's. One's fleeing out of the parking lot, one's looping back around the parking lot. If I can get some additional units. I still got Will running the parking lot. If I can get additional unit here, we can get him off this bike. We're getting ready to get off right now, off the interstate.
We're behind him, coming up to the light, and he is getting on 95 northbound. Southbound.
136, spare one. Check with Tomoka Farms area. He's probably.
Let me skip around here. So get the chopper out to take a peek.
GoPro on the head. Looks like he's got some red writing on the back of that hoodie.
Pretty OP. You can't really beat the chopper.
Wheels.
You can go under like a bridge and hope for the best, but it's pretty tough.
Let's see. We're passing the runway coming up on Riddle.
Okay, that ISP. Yeah, you're running the red light through ISP. He's going to be westbound ISP.
Ocean 30's got eyes on him. Still westbound.
Okay, he's at ISB. Yeah, he's running the red light through ISB. He's going to be westbound ISB. Westbound Hagen Terrace. He's going between vehicles, running red lights.
Is this still Ashton?
As most responding deputies lose sight of Ashton, Air 1 continues to track his every move, guiding units on the ground to his location. But even with constant eyes on him, deputies know the only way to catch him is if he stops somewhere, a possibility that for now seems almost non-existent.
Well, Air 1's got him, so... Damn, I thought we were going to get to come around and...
Come around and what?
He's right at Williamson.
You're gonna pit maneuver the
Williamson,
bike?
ISB, still westbound.
Just kill the guy?
Yep, keep eyes there, one. He's gonna run out of gas at some point. The speeds he's been running, he didn't get fuel, so he's gonna stop somewhere.
Doing about 130, and he's pulling away from us.
Yeah, just do your best there, one. He's probably gonna get off somewhere and try to get gas. He's hoping if he gets far enough lead, nobody will know where he's at.
Yeah, well, the camera reaches a lot farther, so we're doing our best here.
God damn! Every f***ing light?
Or can I go over to the 7 line, just in case he bails over there?
Okay, he's turning westbound Walnut Crest Run.
By this point, Ashton has already entered Seminole County, and authorities in Volusia
Seminole
County
County.
alert Sanford police officers to be on the
Heard
lookout.
that one a lot.
With multiple units now joining the chase, they
That
begin
one's
to
been
close
very
in,
popular in
waiting
chases.
for Ashton to stop. But he knows they're after him, and still has one last trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, he doesn't know where he's going. He's making a
Oh
U-turn.
no, that's desperate.
Kelly 4 units. Pushing is not authorized in either stop stick. Negative, not this time.
Alright, he's driving into the woods. Walnut Ridge Street. Willow Bay Ridge Street.
I think up that way for you.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and get them up.
Alert to Air 1.
Alert, go ahead.
Yep, we were going to a fire. We can head over there now. What was the last street you guys are at?
301 Willow Bay Ridge Street. He's in the woods, right off the road.
He's gone.
Yeah, bike's in the trees. I got the heat from the bike, but it's pretty thick. I haven't got anybody leave the bike yet. He might still be with it.
I feel like the woods
He's
is
back out.
just never worked. It's just not a viable strategy.
Yeah, we'll come back there if we have to, but we're gonna go Wilson Bay Court now. North on Wilson Bay. He has no idea where he's going.
As Seminole County's helicopters take over tracking Ashton's movements, Sanford officers don't yet realize they're closer than ever to catching his ass as soon as he makes an unexpected stop.
Visual on the bike. It's still eastbound Seminole towards HCA. At French, just ran the light at French, going westbound 46. Alright, he's at 7-Eleven. He's probably out of gas.
That quick?
Black hoodie, get back on the bike, tan pants, black helmet, white bike, whitish gray bike. Coming back out, he's in the left turn lane, 600 and French, French, making a left on first.
Correct, 1933. 1951.
Alright, somebody just tried to step out with him. He stopped at 2nd and Oak.
Get off the bike! Get off the bike! Turn off the bike and get off the bike! Turn off the bike and get off the bike!
I'm just a little baby boy. I'm just a baby boy. I'm just a baby boy. Stop it.
Let's make a contact, one at gunpoint.
Get off the bike! Get off! Just the kid! I give up!
What the Officer action out here going for the RKO. He almost just ate shit. What was that? Do they teach that in training? What the fuck was this? It was like a dog with the zoomies.
Get off the bike and get off the bike!
Just the kid.
Get off the bike!
I'm cooperating. I'm just a kid.
2 units making contact, one at gunpoint.
Here he comes.
Get off the bike! Get off
Just the kid. I give up. I give up. I'm just a kid.
You messed up,
I'm
bro.
just a kid.
You messed up.
Adrenaline got the best of him, yeah. Man hit that fucking pure away. I'm so curious what his plan was. What was this maneuver? Like he was gonna throw him over the bike or something? Like tabletop him? Huh. I don't know. Fascinating.
I give up. I give up.
Down.
I give up. I'm just a kid.
You messed up, bro.
I'm just a kid.
You messed up.
Now the video doesn't go as hard, Ashton. You just keep saying you're a kid, man. You've ruined how cool and badass the video you were making was.
Yep. You're done, bro.
Second no, bro.
Oh, just stop it, man. Now you're making it worse.
Here, call your mom.
At least try and act hard.
None of that.
You were doing that so much earlier.
That's cute.
Will run. Look at that. Look at that. What's your mom gonna say about that?
We'll get caught.
You got a GoPro. We're gonna take that as evidence.
Tell her to Evolution. They got one, sir.
Stand them up. Come on. Hurry, put the legs in.
No, it's not.
Oh, man, was that fun?
No, not really. Just a kid. So
I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid.
Now you make everything worse. So now you're going to jail with multiple counties, multiple felonies.
Oh, fucking Goober's getting cooked, bro.
God, you are still standing here, not there.
Yeah, I was trying to like wave a cop and just give up.
Oh, we should have done that. That'd have been a good idea.
Would you run out of gas?
Yeah, I was trying to wave to that cop. I was like, hey, I'm just.
What about when you were in Ormond Beach? Were you trying to give up then? Were you running past all the units? The buddy that you were running with? Which one? When you left Bucky's?
Automatic suspension.
Yes, sir. Same address. Go with my mom and dad.
Has your mom seen this bike before?
How old are you, man?
What did she say about the tag?
What was that?
What did she say about the tag?
I don't know if she's ever seen it or not. So.
I bet she's proud, though, bro. This was pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, he's recording the whole thing.
Yeah, I took it off so we could submit it for evidence.
He knew he was when he looked up and started seeing those out.
Yeah.
What was your game plan, dude?
Nothing rude. I just didn't know what to do.
Who told you? Find
You pull
a
over
cop
and you
and flag
stop
him
before you
down.
kill someone. That's what you did.
Or yourself.
No, it was right inside of me.
No, not the good.
My truck?
Yeah. Your eyes.
How does this go on for another 14 minutes? Do they just keep roasting him? His mom comes and defends him. Wait, are you serious? Or is that just a joke? Let me see. Wait, you might be right.
Oh, bullshit. Now, I think you know exactly who this other dude is that's telling you how to go up here and f the cops.
I don't, officer. I just didn't know what to do. I'm a kid riding with a couple bikes.
Why do you keep saying that, man?
Well, tonight you're a kid that's going to jail. Who are these ladies that are here with you?
My mom and sister.
How did they know to come over here?
They probably tracked me on my phone. I'm wondering why I'm over here.
And when we got to ISB, I got out of my truck to try and stop him, and he fled. I was able to snag one of the guys, though, that was with him that was also doing a wheelie. So while I was writing him a ticket, your son and another motorcyclist that was with him decided to ride back from wherever they had fled to into the intersection of Williamson and International Speedway Boulevard, doing circles in the intersection, taunting us to come chase them. He then fled.
And is that a crime to have fun with the police?
Well, it's all on video. Okay.
Since when can we not have a little bit of
Another deputy
sport?
tried to stop him because they located him at Bucky's in the parking lot. He fled from that, lieutenant. And eventually the helicopter got on top of him, and he decided to drive over I-4 at over 130 miles an hour.
That's the speed limit.
Through red lights, in and out of traffic.
Red lights are more of a
And lo
suggestion.
and behold, he ends up over here where
I-4?
I-4, he
But there's not red lights. So.
Okay, let's stop.
But you're just saying
He's
around.
running red lights all night.
Okay.
So basically, he fled. You know where the speedway is?
Shit, she's a lawyer. She's good. She's good. She got him.
And he was blowing through all the red lights. And once he got, if you take Speedway towards this direction, it merges onto I-4. Then he got on I-4, and he did basically what the max speed of the bike was because he was outrunning our helicopter. But they got elevation, so they were able to keep everything in video and keep us surprised of where he was at. So that's the deal.
Yeah. So he gets over here, and I guess at some point they get him pinned in, and he's now riding circles around the officers over here, like a smartass.
Okay, but do you think he was just scared and trying to just
No, I think he's
get home?
stupid.
Because I don't.
No, I think he's stupid.
Live here, he doesn't
Why would he
know.
come back and do wheelies?
Ma'am,
and flick people off?
he's fleeing the police. You're trying to make excuses for him. He's being stupid tonight. He's lucky he didn't
That doesn't
kill
sound like he's
himself
not
or somebody
stupid though.
I agree with
But
that.
he's not
If this is
stupid.
what happened, I agree.
If
with
this is
yes.
what it's all on
But
video.
I don't believe necessarily.
He's been videoing it with his damn GoPros.
The going around. I believe that he was probably scared and just
So he was so
Damn,
scared
she's
that he decided
good.
to do circles in the middle of International Speedway Boulevard, taunting us to come chase him.
Question, ma'am. Why do you think he has a tag on his vehicle that says "Will Run"?
because it was bike weekend. It was a joke.
Okay, and you've been a driver and a motorist for quite some time, right? You know you're not supposed to have any other tag other than what's registered on your vehicle. This isn't a joke, and I will tell you, for people like him, it's a culture. This is what they do. They post on YouTube of running from the car.
Wow, wait, this guy knows ball. He's 100% right. That's exactly what I was talking about, like with Ghost Rider. Wow, this guy kind of knows his shit, huh? It wasn't just being stupid. This guy's 100% right. It is for his videos. Like, that is entirely the whole reason he did it. This guy's right. I mean, it is stupid, but it's not just because he's a fucking idiot. It's because he's obsessed with clout. He yoked him. That's what the cop was doing. Oh, that maneuver over the bike, that was the yoke? Damn, they gotta keep that one in the lab. They gotta workshop it. So what'd they get him with? Wow. That hair goes crazy. That's like some WWE type shit, and when you're making a create a character in 2K.
Attempting fleeing, eluding at high speed ×2. Over the line fleeing, attempting to elude ×3. Possession of a counterfeited license plate. Over the line possession of counterfeit license plate. Counterfeit motor vehicle registration. Misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer. Reckless driving, and altering license plate validation sticker. His total bond for both cases is $199,100.
That's nothing though, because the awesome video that he filmed will easily pay for that off the AdSense. As long as he cuts out the ending with the whole, like, spamming I'm a kid stuff.
$50. Eventually, he was found guilty. 4 counts of fleeing, attempting to elude, and counterfeit motor vehicle registration. The remaining charges were dismissed. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 6 months in jail, 48 months probation, 2 years driver's license revocation, and community service.
Damn, Ashton. But how epic was that experience though, huh, brother? Not having license for 2 years in Florida must suck. Bro, that's just more of a suggestion. Him not having a license isn't gonna do shit. He's 1000% driving right now. You think he'll post the video? Like his GoPro POV? I guarantee you he already has somewhere. There's no doubt in my mind he has. Stop everything you're doing. You've gotta check this out. I know it sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really gotta put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to and tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, you know, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson made this beat, you know, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery. I'm telling you right now that there's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? The owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room. Run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of, the owner's in the back room, run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go! He's getting away, go, go, go! That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc, that way, he's over there, go, 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 what are you doing? Go, go, what's that over there? That kind of thing, and it actually works, so she's like, oh, okay, you're right, alright, I'm gonna go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and, like, calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of, like, psychotic episode or something, which, very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there, because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here.
This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was like a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a Friends shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah. It's not often that a game actually surprises me. Usually I'm pretty good at watching a trailer for a game and having a pretty strong sense of if I'm going to like it or not. I always do approach them with open mind and open cheeks. I'm always willing to be, proven wrong on my preconceptions coming in, whether it's positive or negative. If there's something I think I'm going to love but ends up being trash, I'm more than willing to take that on the chin, or vice versa. If there's something I go in expecting abominable dog shit, but then I get served a wonderful, tasty cuisine, I don't just stubbornly stick and cling to what I expected going in. Point is, like your mother's legs, I'm always open. It's very rare, though, for a game to completely blindside me. And that's what just happened with High on Life 2. I fucking hated the first High on Life. I despised it. There was pretty much nothing in that game I liked other than the idea behind the guns, because it reminded me of Oddworld. But everything sucked major ass. It sucked farts through a crazy straw. I couldn't stand playing it. It was janky. It was boring. The writing didn't make me laugh. None of the characters ever shut the fuck up for even a second. It was just unrelenting cringe, and I just felt like the game overall was a snooze fest. I didn't like anything about the first High on Life. And High on Life 2 gets announced, and it looked a little better, but I thought for sure there's no way this was going to win me over. There's no way I was going to like it. But since I play like every game ever made for my gaming channel, I give all of them a fair shake. I, of course, checked out High on Life 2. Much to my delight, the game actually slaps. But it has one unforgivable sin, and if you've seen any of the reviews, you already know what I'm going to mention: the performance. The performance of High on Life 2 for the vast majority of players is unforgivable. It shouldn't have released in this state. For a lot of players, it doesn't even work. And that is completely unacceptable. They should have given this a little bit more time to bake in order to iron out those performance issues that so many players have been having. I've read that they've gotten a little better for some people, but still that doesn't excuse releasing a broken product. So that, of course, is a non-starter for a very good reason for a lot of people. I, however, did not have those performance issues outside of like the occasional stuttering and one or two crashes. So I got lucky in that regard, but I also have a fucking monster of a PC. So I want to give you my thoughts on it, and if you want to see the whole playthrough, it's up on Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe. Basically every game ever made, I'm playing over there. Anyway, High on Life 2 is such a significant improvement in every possible area over the first one. It is much more fun to play, and I think the main thing that contributes to that is their emphasis on movement. So in High on Life 2, you have a skateboard. You get it very, very early. And the skateboard is fun. It is fast. It gives you movement options. You get air dash. You get grinds and shit. There's a lot that you can do with the skateboard that makes the movement feel very, very fast, which is great. But it's not just that that's an improvement. So let's take it from the top. So I actually cared about the story and the characters in this one, which I would have never expected going into this because I hated every character in the first High on Life. But somehow in this one, it works. They had like a complete overhaul of their approach to writing characters and writing jokes and just the world around High on Life 2. And it works so much better. The way I describe this game is a modern 360 title. Every second I spent playing High on Life 2, I felt like I was in middle school again playing the Xbox 360 with some kind of wacky, zany game. It was really, really creative, especially its boss fights. Like, there is a boss in here that shrinks down to Ant-Man size, and you have to follow him by following his coffee stains that he leaves behind, which isn't the most creative part, but what happens is, when you do take down his health bar, you do, throw him up against the lockers and shake him down for his lunch money. He has a phase 2, but not in the way you think.
he infiltrates the game itself. So what he does is he gets inside of your suit, and your suit is your UI, it's your menu. So now you as the player have to fight him in your suit, meaning you fight him throughout your menus. So like he's fucking around with your sliders and stuff, and you have to like fight him with hitting him with the slider. He's messing around with like character dialogue because there's an option to turn it up or off, which that's a great quality of life feature there. And he turns it to ultra, so you immediately just start like, you get panicked because the last thing you want is every character to go back to like High on Life 1 level where they won't shut the fuck up. And he's like exploiting that, and you have to like fight him to stop him from doing that. It is so creative. And then there's so many like mini games in that fight. So like there's a section where you have to like chase him through like your face mask, and the only way to get him is like you have to stab yourself in the eye with knifey. And you're literally stabbing yourself while he's playing basically Donkey Kong. It's really creative is what I'm saying. They actually went kind of whole hog into just, fuck it, we're just going to send the silliest ideas and hopefully people like it. And I really appreciated that. I really like the vibe of just, here's a crazy little wacky boss fight with mechanics that really come out of nowhere and don't make any sense in a lot of cases, but are really fun to engage with like a ton of tiny little mini games within the fight. I really appreciated the creativity of things like that. And like I said, the story is already better. The characters don't talk as much, and the writing on them is better, so it's not as nauseating, it's not as eye-rolling. That's not to say everything hits. There's a lot of shits. There's a lot of jokes in here that definitely don't land, but for the most part, it's a lot better. It's a huge improvement in its writing. And another huge improvement is its gameplay. Like, it is much tighter. High on Life 1, I thought, was so janky and so slow, it was just a slog every time you got into a gunfight. Here, it's really enjoyable. They don't really change the formula all that much or anything, but with the addition of the skateboard making it faster, and also just the guns being fun to use here, like I think there's a lot of like creativity with the guns. Of course, you have like the trick hole things that you can use that change the way that you approach a fight. So like Creature, for example, you mind control an enemy, he'll fight with you for a while, and you shoot out his, like, kids that'll do damage and, like, start fighting the enemies for you. And you're skateboarding around the whole time, and you can fling your skateboard at people to hit them with it and do damage. The melee is kind of non-existent. Like, there's not a whole lot to do with melee. You just swing knifey sometimes for a little bit of damage, so it's not like there's, like, a big, emphasis on melee or anything. But overall, the gunplay was better, the gameplay was tighter, and it was faster. So it's just a huge improvement across the board in its gameplay. Now, I do want to make it clear that doesn't mean that it's like the best gunplay you'll ever play in your life, but it is good. Like, it's above serviceable. Like, I enjoyed fighting things in the game. But it's very bare bones, and enemy variety is kind of non-existent, so you're fighting the same enemies a million times over and over and over again. And the upgrades you get for your guns are mainly like ammo count, damage count, and then there are occasionally like a couple of like tweaks to the guns that you can find through upgrades, which are, appreciated. But for the most part, it's very simple stuff. Like, there's nothing overly deep about its gameplay or its mechanics. It's all very simple, but it's done well enough that it's enjoyable. Another nice thing about the game is there's quite a bit to do. So I spent 9 hours on it, and I only did one side quest. I didn't do like a whole lot of exploring or side quests. I did like a little bit, but not much. And I was looking into it. There is like actually quite a lot of meat on the bones here. There is a handful of like important stuff outside of the main story, and a lot of like really creative things as well. So like there's an escape room that you can do, which is completely optional. I didn't even find it in my playthrough, even when I was exploring. And it can actually change the entire ending. I don't want to spoil it. It's a very, very cool thing that can unfold. And there's a lot of things like that in High on Life 2. So if you're someone that really likes to get lost in a world and likes to see, some things change as a result of choices you make, High on Life 2 actually has that. Which again, I would have never fucking expected. The end of the game, a lot of choices I made throughout the game ended up playing a significant role. Again, I don't want to spoil it, because it's very, very creative in how it utilizes your choices at the end. It was impressive. Really, everything about High on Life 2 shocked me. Because again, I hated the first one, and I had no expectations at all with this one. And I was kind of blown away. Now, not to get like carried away here, the game isn't like, a masterpiece or anything. It's still got plenty of flaws. And like I said, it is a very, very simple game.
But I think that's what made me appreciate it so much. It really made me feel like I was playing like a 2009 Xbox 360 game that just unapologetically threw all kinds of quirky fucking ideas at the wall and just threw them all in a pot and, you know, popped this puppy out here. And some of it works, some of it doesn't. And I really enjoyed that. I really, really did. So, yeah, I wanted to just make a review on this one because this is probably the most surprised I've been with a game in a while. It's not my favorite game of the year or anything. That still goes to Neo 3. But, man, was this delightful. That's really about it. So, yeah. I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate scumbag streamer who appears to have beat his wife on stream. And now, since it's blown up, he's trying to use a Jedi mind trick to convince everyone that their eyes were wrong. That you had a malfunction in your vision because he didn't beat his girlfriend. He only pushed her, actually. Your eyes are wrong. You didn't see what you thought you saw, is his strategy. But how about I show you the clip first, and then we'll go ahead and digest that a bit.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow! What is drinking?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Yeah, it looks like he strikes his girlfriend. Who pushes someone with a closed fist? You can see on that first time he brings his arm back, he has it balled up. You can very briefly see like a frame of what looks like a closed fist. Who is pushing someone like that? And also, she responds to the very loud noise that sounds like a hit by saying ow. She says ow twice, both times after he thrusts his arm forward towards her. So if it wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Either way, he is striking his wife. Like, he's trying to claim that it was just a push, which, by the way, is also a really fucking weird defense too. It's like, no, I don't hit my wife, but I push the fuck out of her, actually. I push her so hard that she says ow multiple times. Whoa, guys. Let's pump the brakes. Hold your horses. I don't hit my pregnant wife. That's uncivilized. I just push the fuck out of her until it hurts. I cause her physical pain through pushing, not through punching. I use open hand palm strikes in a pushing fashion like a monk. That's what I do. And that's normal. You guys, you're blowing this way out of proportion. It's fucking disgusting, this freak. And now all of this is over him spilling a drink on his setup and him like panicking and throwing a temper tantrum over it. His wife came in to like try and help, and then she's over in the corner, and then you can see him lunge at her twice, throwing his arm at her twice in what appears to be a punch or a slap. Either way, it is a strike. That is not him pushing her, and even if it is him pushing her, it clearly hurt. He caused her pain. You can hear the impact. Like, you can't talk your way out of that. You can see and hear this through the clips. But here, let's do a little zoomed in version where you can really more clearly see and hear everything.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow!
I think it's pretty obvious. Now, I'll go ahead and show you his response to it, where he tries his best to convince everyone that they're wrong and he doesn't hit his wife in the face, specifically, is what he clarified. He doesn't hit her in the face. And that what actually happened is that he pushed her. And actually, he pushed her to save her life, actually, because her fingers were caught under the PC, and it was that's what was hurting her. That's what was making her say ow. And him being so brave and courageous, he pushed her twice, just like that, in order to, keep her safe. His pregnant wife, by the way.
They're saying like the grunts make it look bad, like the way I was grunting. Brother, I promise you, brother, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like, no, I grunted in that. I mean, I grunted, but I wasn't hitting her, bro. I pushed her. That's the only thing that I did. I didn't fucking hit her. I would never hit her on her face, bro. That's fucking crazy. She was not crying afterwards. What the hell, bro? She literally was like, she was not crying. She just literally said, turn the fucking thing off. Bro, what I was saying is, if I hit her, she would have been like, yo, what the fuck? Why'd you do that for? What'd you hit me for? It wasn't one push. It was one push, bro. It was literally like...
It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what he's trying to pull here, it relies solely on people being dumb enough, delusional enough, or just genuinely not caring enough to form their own thoughts on what they can see and hear in the clip, and will instead just take his word for it. The word of an embarrassing cringe fungus that can't stop raging anytime anything happens to him in his goddamn Call of Duty game. This guy flips out constantly, and then he starts becoming Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, and then like going crazy and just like punching and throwing and destroying things around his room. He has so many fucking rage moments, and in one of them, he even like charges at his wife again. But in that instance, he doesn't appear to hit her. Instead, he just like body bumps her, going for like some kind of like chest bump on her as she tries to check on him to make sure that he's still okay and hasn't given himself some kind of fucking aneurysm or blown a gasket.
You fucking stupid! Oh my god, you just got me banned! 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 You just got me banned!
Stop!
You got me banned! You just got me banned! You just got me banned, dog! You just got me fucking banned!
Stop! You're shit! You're gonna ruin your...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. You just got me banned. You just got me fucking banned. You just got me banned.
There are just so many clips just like this one of this fucking loser. It became his shtick. Like, I'm pretty sure he tried to make this his whole brand image. I can find clips just like this going back to 2024. He is always just freaking out constantly because he is just a maniac, like an actual lunatic person who needs to be institutionalized.
Ooh, I swear to fucking God. You think I'm not? You think I'm not? I'm not? You think I'm... And I just spilled it. Of course, the 5 seconds I gotta clean up, there's a... Please, on God, on God, on God. I don't know where my remote went. I don't know where my remote went. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What do I do? Chat, please help me, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to fucking do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck.
He's literally SpongeBob with the ripped pants. This is his one joke. I hesitate to call it that because he actually does just have this level of disorder where he can't control himself. He is just always having violent outbursts, but he tries to use it for his content on TikTok. Like, that's his whole image there, is he's the psychopath guy who's just always fucking angry, it seems. What a complete pathetic loser. How do you even look yourself in the mirror? The shamelessness, man. Like, how? You're just such a fucking weirdo. Now, he does seem to have made a habit out of constantly spilling his drink on his desk because he's always hitting it and freaking out. That kind of thing, always for the sake of his clips on TikTok. But in the one where he starts hitting his girlfriend, or excuse me, his pregnant wife, it seems like he didn't anticipate the drink to spill on his computer and actually cause a problem. So from what I understand, it did actually get in there and cause an issue on his PC, which is why he was freaking out even more so than usual, and then got physical with his wife. Now, to really seal the deal, Jordan Cisco here had a galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife on stream to defend him and trying to really showcase everything that happened, you know, giving his side of things to make sure everyone understands the truth of the situation. And his wife seems to have a bruise around her eye. That's what it looks like.
I want to see what he says, Jeff.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please? Wifey? By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about I'm talking about everything else. Like, if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. She would have...
It looks like you can see, like, the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know? Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face. I mean, you could...
I was gonna say, you guys can look here.
Literally see, like,
I have shorts on.
It really does look like that. And
his explanation here of, I was stacking the PC on the other PC like Lincoln Logs. You see, that's what was happening here. And then my wife came in and I needed help, and then her fingers got caught under there, so I had to start pushing her, in order to protect her. And she was saying, ow, like it was hurting her because her fingers are under the PC and it's really heavy. It's like tungsten. It's like a tungsten block. Very dense. Fucking 10,000 pounds on her fingers. I had to start just striking at her face to push her off of there.
And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this, Jack, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. Nobody saw anything. Like, it was in sync. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane.
Listen to his story, I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This like, I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
The story doesn't make any sense. She wasn't saying ow until you threw your arm towards her, man. And you're saying you only pushed her once, but you can see your arm go towards her twice, and she says ow both times. If the pain was caused by the PC on her fingers, she would have been saying ow or expressing discomfort before you started thrusting your arm towards her, you wife-beating freak. You fucking scumbag. And every sensible, sane person on the planet is calling him out on that obvious lie there. There are no other explanations for what happened here because his official story doesn't pass the smell test. If the pain was caused by her fingers being under the PC, why was she not saying anything like ow until you started doing this at her? And he's saying he only pushed her once, but you can see 2 thrusts towards her. So what, did the second one not happen? That just doesn't exist? He's just rewriting the lore there, just trying to hope that you didn't watch the clip yourself? It's just ridiculous, man.
I'm not, I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy, we're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her saying ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I want y'all, I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. Be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So, her eyes.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
She goes on to say that if he hit her, it'd be very visible, and that the mark on her eye is just what her eyes normally look like. Now, I haven't seen a picture of them outside of, like, a stream setting, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it definitely does seem like a mark. But she goes on to defend him, and it's just heartbreaking. And even in the initial clip, after the very clear signs of a strike and the sound of the impact, the skin-on-skin contact, she, like, responds, ow, and then, like, kind of shocked, like, you can hear that. And then she goes back to talking to him as if it's normal, like it's just business as usual, like it's treatment she's used to. And it's fucking heartbreaking to hear that. And for him to then put her on stream like, okay, she's going to talk all by herself. I'm not going to do anything. She's going to talk all by herself. Now she's going to be over here and you can ask her anything you want. She's going to talk all by herself. She's going to be on the... And then she sits there to like defend like, oh no, it's all good. It's just very sad and scary. I just had to yap about this. I'm wishing the absolute best for her and the baby. I really hope she finds a way out of this relationship. I think the evidence is pretty clear that there was definitely a impact that caused pain. If not a punch, potentially a slap. I don't believe his narrative that it was a push, but even if it was just a push, why are you pushing your fucking pregnant wife? Why? Why are you putting your hands on her aggressively like that? He's saying he only pushed her once, which again is easily disprovable. It's categorically false because you can see twice he thrusts his arm towards her. So if it is a push like he claims, he did it more than he's saying he did, and it clearly was aggressive and a violent push. But I am of the belief that it was either a punch or a slap based on the sound of things. A push doesn't make that kind of sound. But I will reiterate again, if it was a push, it's still completely unacceptable to be violently shoving your pregnant wife, you gross fucking scumbag freak worm person. This whole thing has been infuriating. I really think this should constitute not only a ban, but an investigation. This should probably lead to jail time. I would think they should look into it at least. I think the evidence is pretty clear, but let's see what authorities have to say. I hope there is a follow-up to this because it's just completely unacceptable. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. I slid the brown note in there, so if you've caked your trousers, you're welcome. Welcome to the funeral for Destiny 2. It has just been announced by Bungie that active development is coming to a close, which means we've reached the end of the journey with Destiny 2, which I know might not come as a huge shock to a large number of people. The writing was kind of on the wall over the last many months, unfortunately, but for me personally, it's still sad to see. I have always said that Destiny has had the most potential out of any FPS we've ever seen. I have collectively spent a couple thousand hours in Destiny 2 across console and PC, and some of my most memorable gaming moments in general come from doing raids with my friends in this game. It is some of the best content you can find, and we always made a tradition out of trying to day one complete the new raid in Destiny 2 when we were blessed with them. So I really did love this game, and I always kept my fingers crossed, praying, salivating that they would start to reach the potential that so many of us knew that it had in the tank. There was so much juice in here, but they left a lot of piss in the balls. Unfortunately, throughout the Destiny 2 journey, there were a ton of stumbles from Bungie with the direction of things and really lack of direction of things. And I abandoned Destiny 2 after Lightfall. My entire friend group did. Lightfall was just a dud. That was a flop. I mean, it was hard to go back to Destiny 2 after Lightfall. So I never even got to experience the final shape, which was really the climax to all of it. Even though I heard it was very good, which is nice, they kept going after the final shape, and as they continued to kind of scrape the bottom of the barrel, they kept hemorrhaging players, and if you look at the Steam charts, you can see that decline steadily happening over many months, and now it was in a state where it really was just on life support, and it was pretty clear Bungie wasn't putting like a ton of resources into trying to like revamp Destiny 2 to get players to go back to it or get new players in, so it really isn't surprising that this is happening now. So let's go through the announcement, but also I want to mention something else since I brought up Steam charts. Bungie's other game, Marathon, is actually doing worse than Destiny 2 by player numbers, by raw player numbers on the Steam charts. So it makes me wonder, how is Bungie going to stay afloat in the meantime? Because it doesn't look like Marathon has a strong enough player base to support them. Like, they're right now teetering on fucking high guard numbers. Is that enough to allow Bungie to press forward? Like, maybe, and perhaps I'm overthinking it, maybe it really will just be Sony with more infusions of cash. Maybe they're able to just still run off of everything they built with Destiny. I don't know. But to no longer have Destiny in like an active development state, it will continue to hemorrhage. And then they only have Marathon, which is starting to tread water, like dangerously fast. So what keeps them going in the meantime while they work on their next project? I guess that remains to be seen. For almost 12 years, we have had the joy and honor to explore the Destiny universe with you all. Through all the ups and downs, surprises and triumphs, building Destiny alongside our players has been a monumental privilege. While our love for Destiny 2 has not changed, it has become clear that after the final shape, we have reached the time for our shared worlds and Destiny to live beyond Destiny 2. As our focus turns toward a new beginning for Bungie, we will begin work incubating our next games. To that end, on June 9th, 2026, we will release the final live service content update for Destiny 2 to begin that new journey as a studio. Though active development may be concluding, we will ensure that Destiny 2 remains playable, just as the original Destiny is today.
Many changes in this final update will aim to ensure that Destiny 2 is a welcoming place for players to return to. We're proud of Destiny 2, the places it took us, and the legacy it has created. Because of you all, our universe is vast, built on years of shared stories, adventures, and victories. From the Cosmodrome to the Pale Heart to the Lawless Frontier, we have forged lifelong memories and friendships with you all. We are incredibly grateful to everyone who made that journey with us. From the deepest part of our hearts, thank you, and we'll see you in the stars. A pretty nice send-off message, to be honest, and they're dropping a final content update to it in order to try and leave it on a high note, which I think is commendable. I also appreciate that they are going to keep it in a state where it is playable. That's extremely nice, especially when so many other games just close their doors when they're done with active development. So it's good to see them put resources into ensuring that players can always still go back to Destiny and experience it. But speaking of that, one thing you can't do in Destiny, and one thing they made a habit out of doing that I was very vocally against, is the rabid sunsetting of content. For example, you actually cannot play the original Destiny 2 campaign anymore, Red War. That's been gone for a long time. So when Destiny 2 launched, the campaign that you played, that I played when it first came out, has been inaccessible for many moons now. And there's plenty of other examples of content that has been sunset that you can't access as a player anymore. So a lot of like the shared stories and shared experiences that are mentioned here in Destiny are already just fucking relics of the past. They're already extinct. You can only see them in YouTube videos or when you close your eyes and have a wet dream. Which is just something I've always felt is sad when it comes to Destiny 2, because there's a lot of content that you played and maybe really liked that they eventually just poof out. But the biggest, saddest part of all of it is just, again, how much potential was left on the table with Destiny 2. Like, it did have a good run. Like, it had a very strong run. It's not like this was like some underrated hidden gem no one knew about. Destiny 2 had a really strong, very loyal, very dedicated player base. But I feel like along the way, they kept stumbling. And they kept going in directions that the community didn't want. And then they have to reel it back to try and win them over again. So it always became this like tug of war, this push and pull where, you know, you take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, and then you take 2 steps forward, and then 3 steps back again. But there was always that hope that they would finally start to learn these lessons and be able to deliver on what Destiny 2 could offer. Because there was always glimpses of it. There was some incredible content, amazing raids, amazing ideas. But then it would always be bogged down by the next thing they do that goes in the wrong direction. Like, there was just so much there, and it is sad to see that it won't be realized now with its final content update rolling out soon. But they are saying that they're currently working on their next projects, and maybe that's Destiny 3. I think that'd be extremely hype if it was, taking everything they've learned from Destiny and Destiny 2 and just blowing our ass out with Destiny 3. And that's not delusional hopium from hitting the crack pipe or anything. Like, to me, that feels realistic and feels like something that's kind of a no-brainer. Destiny is a juggernaut of a franchise. This had more staying power than 99% of games. They've made unfathomable amounts of money through Destiny, no doubt in my mind. But just through so much mismanagement over the years and being aimless numerous times, especially after the final shape apparently, which again, I'd already checked out after Lightfall because that was just so much of a blunder. But the point is, it wasn't because of lack of interest in Destiny, it was just they were making bad decisions with it and really kind of backed themselves into a corner with the final shape apparently. So I think Destiny 3 could very much be on the menu for something they serve up next. I feel like it should be. Because again, there is still so much potential there that they never fully tapped into and realized and really delivered upon. Again, there were only ever those like moments of them like starting to find their flow state, but they never stuck with it and stayed there. Like, there is nothing that is even like Destiny. There's not an alternative. Like, the Guardians here aren't going to go flock to another game now that's just like a Destiny replacement because there isn't one. You can't find a Destiny 2 game that isn't just Destiny 2. It doesn't really exist. So to me, it makes sense
to do a Destiny 3 because there is still very clearly a ton of players and a ton of demand for it. And you would now have a clean slate to do it right, with every lesson that has been learned over this decade and some change, however long it's been now, 12 years. You could really nail it this time. Well, hopefully, I don't know. That might be hopium speaking there. But actually making a Destiny 3, to me, just feels like the natural next step for Bungie. But I guess we'll see. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. Yep. Wow. Actually, huge wow. A massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. Like, I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about like how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released like millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was just a lot of nothing. But even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks. They're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel under oath lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes. No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them, but what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book. His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel, which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, what? If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely. But this is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently.
Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, yet in these files we can clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012, planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012. That's quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all? Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there is nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or find them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters. It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it. See ya. Big drama with Alan Richson over the last couple of days, and it's one that I've actually been paying attention to. I've had my finger on the pulse of it. Most people know him as Reacher. I will always know him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State, baby. I still remember being in college watching that in the dorms. It's nostalgic. Unfortunately, though, he's been embroiled in controversy because some security camera footage was released that showed him beating up his neighbor. Maybe he finally located the guy who shoved his finger up his butt, Thad Castle, out for revenge, and everyone was quick to dogpile on top of him, insulting him, talking about him like he was goddamn Cobra Commander, about how he's unhinged and unsafe to be around. He's a fucking villain of the highest order, a violent, roid-raging maniac. Lock him up. He clearly started everything here on this innocent man. And then that innocent man did a little Wambulance world tour with the French cries going on about how, like, he did nothing wrong and he's just out of control. I just asked him to slow down and then he fed me knuckle sandwiches and then wedgied me and then he beat the snot out of me and I fucking drained the piss from my balls. How could Alan do this to me? I did nothing wrong besides instigate everything. Spoiler alert, Alan Richardson's body cam dropped today. And now most people are singing a different tune after actually seeing the whole thing. So, shocker, the security camera footage that only picked up right when Alan started beating his neighbor leaves off what led to it. And now that the full thing's out there, it's painting a very different picture on what unfolded during this situation. Before showing you the body cam, let me show you Ronnie Taylor's interview here, where he immediately tried to capitalize off everything that happened.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of flippantly said, "Guy, like he was quite away." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?"
Everything that he's vomiting out here, all this spaghetti, turned out to be a load of hooey, which you're going to see in the body cam. The reality of the situation is far different from the fantasy that he's describing here. He then briefly drops his resume on his experience riding as well. But I have to call into question that. I have to get you with the Phoenix Wright objection there. Like, he does have a bike, and you can see it in the body cam. But I have to wonder if he ever even rides it around or if he just licks the fucking tires clean as part of a fetish or something. Like, that's his experience with motorcycles. Because, he talks about them as if he's the preeminent expert on them. Like, based on the sound and all this incessant revving, I knew that he was going extremely fast. I had seen him going extremely fast, this and that. But then in the body cam, you can see how fast he's going. It's in plain view. Alan Richardson never goes over 21 miles per hour. That's under residential speed limits in most places. Like, around me, it's 25. He's not zipping around at crazy speeds. So, does Ronnie know motorcycles at all? Or was this guy just looking for trouble and now he's out here lying?
And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, I'm take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to end up way worse than it could.
What a patriot. He really did take a stand. And by stand, I mean fetal position on the grass after pushing Alan Richardson multiple times after standing in front of his motorcycle while he was driving in order to cause Alan Richardson to flip over the handlebars, causing an accident. Really, what a hero, Ronnie. So now let's look at the body cam.
Kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What? Come on. Stand in front of a fucking bike again, dude. But doing what? You threatened my fucking safety, bro. Are you kidding me? I should not be the fuck out of him. Go ahead, go down. Go down. I've called the BPD. I've called them already because you've been driving around this fucking neighborhood like a fucking lunatic. There's kids running around it. Go ahead.
So you can see Alan, top speed in this was 22 miles per hour. Now, I guess it's possible he was going faster before the body cam footage starts, but I find that hard to believe because even after the whole altercation, there is like an extra minute of body cam showing him and his kids
driving away on their motorcycles, and the top speed he gets to there was, I think, 30, which even then is still not like lunatic speed that Ronnie keeps claiming. But in the body cam, you can see he's going 22 at top and then starts slowing down, going near Ronnie. He gets down to, I think it was 19 miles per hour. Then you can watch Rat Ronnie decide to get in front of his motorcycle by taking multiple side steps over there like he was playing defense on a basketball court. So then he gets in front of Alan, who then slams the brakes. He squeezes very hard, and it sends him over the top of his motorcycle because he wanted to avoid hitting him. You know, he wasn't going fast enough to splatter him like it was Halo 3 or anything, but he still didn't want to cause some kind of injury to this guy who's now just fucking stood right in front of him. So I think that's very clear that Ronnie is the one that instigated this. It was not calm and collected like Ronnie seemed to indicate it was in his interview. He went in front of Alan, which could have very easily injured Alan, sending him over the handlebars there. Then that's when it gets a bit handsy. Alan and ridiculous Ronnie here kept shoving each other. It seemed like Ronnie did it first, so Alan shoved him, causing him to like ragdoll onto the driveway there. Ronnie, I think, now this is just my little game theory here, my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the plan was Ronnie was looking for money. I think he was trying to look for like an easy lawsuit. So he tried to position himself in a way that would have Alan Richson be the bad guy and like attacking him and shit. So he then stood in front of the motorcycle hoping that that little element of this whole thing would never see the light of day. That's just what I think, because this is just so inexplicably stupid from him. Alan doesn't appear to have been driving at lunatic speeds or driving recklessly. He's with his two kids and they seem to be practicing safe driving here on their motorcycles. And B, Alan immediately starts like instigating like physically with Alan afterwards too. When Alan is a big boy, that's a pretty big mammoth of a man right there. That is a mountain of meat. And Ronnie instantly is getting ragdolled, but keeps coming back like just some kind of malfunctioning Oblivion NPC that can't get enough. So the question begs to be asked, why did Ronnie do this? It wasn't to protect the neighborhood or save the world or anything, because it doesn't seem like they were in any danger. It doesn't seem like there was any dangerous driving or fucking lunatic speeds and driving like recklessly. Nothing like that. So to me, it feels like he was looking for some kind of payday out of this through like a lawsuit or something. That's my guess.
Go ahead. Are you drinking? Go ahead. Call the police. Out of your fucking mind, dude. Call the police. Fucking, I'll fucking knock you out, bro. Unbelievable, dude. I should have run you over, dude. You did? You did? You're driving around like a fucking lunatic.
Side note, I hate whoever put this music here. This is so cringe. I hate how in the modern day and age, a video can't just have like real audio anymore if it's a vertical video. For some reason, people just feel the need to put in this kind of trash Facebook music that they find. Why? Now all it does is make it hard to hear what's going on. And I can't find it with original audio. It is so annoying. Like yesterday, the story with the dogs, I couldn't find the original audio on that dog video because everyone that was posting it had to just keep putting music in it. It's so stupid, man. Just let the original audio ride. How rotted are people's brains? How poisoned are people's psyches that they can't just hear the real audio? They need music in the background too to stay stimulated. It's so cringe. I hate it. Ronnie keeps following him around saying that he's driving like a fucking lunatic. That is his only dialogue option here. This guy must have like a string on his back that you pull it and all he says is driving around like a fucking lunatic. That's his catchphrase. That is literally all he keeps doing is saying that. And then when Alan gets his bike up and is about to try and leave, Ronnie then prevents his exit.
Ronnie stands in front of him again, restricting his ability to leave. Alan is trying to leave this situation. Ronnie is preventing it. And then Ronnie shoves him. It also seems like Ronnie pushed the bike over as well, but you can see Ronnie also shoved him after the bike got dumped. And that's when Alan pushes Ronnie to the ground and then beats him a bit. And that's where the security camera video starts. So you missed everything that Ronnie did to cause this altercation, and the security camera footage that was surfaced a couple days ago only showed this piece to make it seem like Alan Richardson did everything wrong. It was all his fault. When really, the whole story, the real reality here is Ronnie. Ronnie smelt it and dealt it. He was the one that really caused all of this, and I think he was really hoping that this footage didn't exist.
Get out of your goddamn mind. Stay down. Fucking stupid! Jesus Christ!
That's where the physicality stops. Ronnie does still fling some more words towards Alan, but it ends with Alan and the kids driving off. And like I said, it's not like they start speeding off either. They stay under 30 for the most part. It's only towards like the very end of the footage that they get up to like 31 and then like reach a stop sign or something like that. But even then, there was nothing in this entire body cam that indicated to me reckless driving at dangerous speeds in this area. So I really feel like Ronnie was just fishing for confrontation as a means of trying to get some kind of payday out of it. That's what I believe. And he instantly tried to turn around and like put his name and face out there with these interviews to garner sympathy. And I think that it's been largely unsuccessful now that this body cam footage is out there. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's really it. See ya. What if I told you Santa Claus was on his way to your house? Old Saint Nick wiggling down your chimney to deliver to you the thing you've always wanted. But en route, on his way to your residence, he was gunned down, murdered in cold blood, and your dream gift stolen. That's exactly what I'm telling you. It literally happened. A Bloodborne remake was taken from us. In early 2025, it's reported that Bluepoint pitched a Bloodborne remake. They were pregnant with Bloodborne, and then they were punched in the stomach, killing it before it ever even had a chance. This news just broke in light of Bluepoint's closure. It's been announced that Bluepoint is shutting down, which is an absolute fucking shame because I thought they were making bangers. They most notably made the Demon's Souls remake, which I thought was incredible. I recently replayed it, and I think it's an amazing game. And they also made the Shadow of the Colossus remake. And now they have been put in the dirt. The reason for their shutdown is because Sony seemingly lost faith in them. They thought they couldn't make their own game, didn't have the gall for it, and they just couldn't find a partnership that made sense. Which I think is a fascinating take, considering this is the same company that was more than willing to queef out hundreds of millions of dollars shoveled into Concord, of all things. So you're telling me they believed more in Concord, the live service hero farter, than Bluepoint, with a proven track record of making good remakes, and having the facilities to make good games? Super confusing, especially when you consider Bluepoint was one of the few studios that was actually able to put out a high-quality game exclusive to the PlayStation 5 that made it enticing for people to even want to purchase the console in the first place. For me, Demon's Souls Remake was a system seller, and there are very few games that PlayStation 5 even really had throughout its run here. PlayStation 5 is going to finish this console generation with less games on it than the fucking Shrek 2 DVD had in its main menu. So one of the few studios that proved that it was able to actually make a good game now no longer exists. In all fairness, I will admit that the title Bluepoint was cooking for the last X amount of years sounded fucking abominable. It sounds like such a bad joke. It was a live service God of War spin-off adventure. Oh, God. So that was a really bad project for Bluepoint to be undertaking. It was canceled by PlayStation in January of 2025, which is then right after when Bluepoint pitched the Bloodborne remake. And I will say, that a live service God of War game sounds like a Sony decision that they tasked Bluepoint with. It sounds like something that they took and said, Bluepoint, you're doing this. I don't think that was Bluepoint's main goal. I don't think they were salivating to create a live service God of War experience. I can't imagine Bluepoint was crawling on hands and knees, groveling and kissing the feet of Sony, begging them to allow them to make a live service God of War spin-off game. That just seems like a Sony corporate zombie decision. And Sony publicly stated numerous times that one of their main focuses was live service experiences. So this really does seem like an idea, cooked up in the laboratory of Sony. And it's the exact same brain-dead approach that led to the foul, smelly Concorde that only breathed for about 2 weeks. An embarrassing 2-week blunder. So this feels like it was a Sony decision, and then after the disaster of Concorde, they probably wanted to pump the brakes a bit, so then they canceled the God of War live service game that they put with Bluepoint, and then when Bloodborne Remake pitch didn't make it across the finish line, then they didn't have a whole lot that they were working on, so they shut them down here a year later. And I also thought when reading this headline that it was Sony that poo-pooed on the idea because Sony basically just says Bloodborne is our property to sit on and do nothing with. But it turns out that's not the case. So according to Bloomberg, Bluepoint was told that the numbers made sense to remake Bloodborne, but FromSoft didn't want it to happen. So it wasn't Sony that put the kibosh on it or anything. It was actually FromSoft. Former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida theorized during a Kinda Funny interview last year that FromSoft president Miyazaki, who directed Bloodborne, was interested in remaking the 2015 action game himself, but was too busy to do so. Yoshida said he doesn't want anyone else to touch it. And if that's true, he believes PlayStation will respect Miyazaki's wishes, even though PlayStation owns the IP. Now, I understand, and I think most people have understood that Bloodborne is a very special title for Miyazaki and FromSoft, but I think most people have also heard about how much they've wanted to do with Bloodborne, and multiple times in the past they've reiterated that that's not their decision to make. So the impression was, for the last decade, Sony was the one predominantly making the decision to keep Bloodborne in the toy box under lock and key, letting the dust gather. And that they were just squatting on it, either because they didn't believe that it was, a powerhouse of an IP that they actually want to do something with, or whatever. But it seems like there also is the case of FromSoft just not wanting anyone else to work on it, but they themselves are too busy to do so. Which is understandable, but they did allow Bluepoint to remake Demon's Souls. So then I got wondering, well, were they just disappointed with how they handled that remake? Like, maybe they thought that shit was poop and they didn't enjoy it, they weren't a fan, so they didn't want Bluepoint to touch Bloodborne, which is an extremely special title to them. So I went looking for some old interviews, and the most I can find is this. It's an Edge magazine interview with Miyazaki talking about Demon's Souls remake, and one of the things that was a big topic was how impressive visually Demon's Souls remake looked, talking about the graphical fidelity, and Miyazaki even said that actually added pressure to them with Elden Ring, because Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake looked so good. And when talking about the remake, it's mostly positive. Now, of course, obviously he's not going to come out and be like, oh man, that's the worst thing I've ever played in my life or anything. But what I read here sounds like someone that actually does appreciate the work that went into it. So he was asked about, what's it like to experience the re-release of a game you originally worked on over a decade ago but had no direct involvement in. And he said, point blank, I haven't played it, but it's because I don't enjoy playing games I've made in the past, brings up a lot of old emotions, memories, and gets a little bit overwhelming. So he hasn't played it, but then he says that he's very glad to see it get this fresh look, these brand new current gen graphics. He then goes on to praise some of the decisions they made, even outside of the visuals, in it, with their mechanics. He goes on to give a lot of flowers to how Bluepoint handled Demon's Souls remake. So it seems like he and FromSoft were pleased with how they approached that one, though there are also rumors out there that behind the scenes they were really disappointed. Trust me, bro, they were fucking fuming at the FromSoft headquarters with Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake. It was insulting. They were actually about to march over there with sledgehammers and beat him to death because of how much they hated it. But I can't find any, like, official sources that confirm that. That's all just rumors and speculation. What I can find, however, is them just openly saying, like, yeah, it was actually, like, really impressive what they did. It doesn't seem like there's any animosity. It doesn't seem like they hated that or anything. But when Blue Point pitched the idea for a Bloodborne remake, I guess they weren't interested there because Bloodborne means too much to them, and it's something I guess they directly want to be involved with, which they wouldn't be if Blue Point took it over, because like with Demon's Souls remake, they weren't involved with that. And I guess Bloodborne just means way too much for them to want to do that. So even though they can't work on it themselves right now, that also means that they just don't want anyone to work on a video game for Bloodborne in general, if it's not them. Which I can understand, it makes sense. However, that also means 11 years of no Bloodborne anything. This motherfucker is still 30 FPS. This bitch is still 30 FPS. There's no remake, no PC port, no nothing, no movement, no schmovement on Bloodborne for 11 years for something that is one of, like, the most beloved titles, like, in PlayStation's catalog these days. Like, it's up there with some of the greats. And it's only one game right now. And I speculate it will be one game for many, many moons to come. I personally don't foresee any new Bloodborne games coming, right around the corner anytime soon. Maybe, deeper into the future, we might see like a Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne port, but I don't think it's anytime soon. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. I keep my finger on the pulse of anything Bloodborne related. Fingers crossed that one day we'll see more from this. It's one of the best games ever made. It's such a fucking shame that we still don't have more from it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya. Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service, where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you, like, how does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of, Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content. Turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave this setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord. This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data, because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results. So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted, but usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Season 4 finale of Invincible just dropped. I put my peepers on it nice and early this morning. I got up real excited.
And I gotta let you know, I wasn't let down. I thought it was a really strong finale to a very strong season. But I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off right now. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. Grip your chair right now, sports fans, because it's about to get spicy. The animation blows major ass. I don't think anyone's surprised to hear me critique that aspect of this show. And I understand, I've heard the cope about why it's so stiff and bland because of, how tight the schedule is to get it out, that kind of thing. I understand that, and not wanting to work the animators to the bone in order to meet the deadlines. I get all of that. So then, let's play ball with a little thought experiment here. What if we don't have it come out on such a strict timeline and give the animators more time to flesh it out to make it look even better? I am not someone that needs the jingling keys at all moments of a show. A lot of my favorite shows are slow burns. Invincible is not that. Every episode of Invincible, basically, has action. So when you have an action-heavy show where the action looks like action figures colliding in this weightless fucking of nothing, it's jarring and feels underwhelming, taking the wind out of the sails of a show that carries so much momentum through extraordinary writing. But since they like to have everything end in an actual physical fight, when it stands out like this for being really not great, it just kind of sucks. Like PNGs floating around. There are multiple moments in Season 4 that are reminiscent of fucking Garu sliding down the hill in One Punch Man Season 3. And honestly, if this show wasn't so action right up in your titties at all times, I wouldn't care as much because the writing is so strong and I'm really invested in this world and these characters. But with every episode basically having fighting in it and it looks this bad, it stands out a lot and it becomes a big eye-rolling moment. And I know everyone likes to shoot spitballs and bukkake on episode 4 of this season, the one where they go to hell and it feels like filler. That is the most egregious example of it, but it's not just reserved for that. Pretty much all fights, every time they clash, looks like that, save for the key moments. And this is where it shows that they have the talent, they have the ability to make beautiful animated fights and these incredible, breathtaking sequences. They save that for the most pivotal moments, like Conquest Round 2, the fucking remix, or Nolan and Thrag, or really just everything with Thrag getting involved there. Which I get makes sense from their budget and timeline to focus those resources there to elevate those moments because they are so important and it is a huge fight moment. But because it's used so seldomly in the season, it just lets you know what could have been if they decided to actually, maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the cutthroat release schedule and let the whole season get this treatment. It would make everything so much better, in my opinion, and I would personally be fine with a longer wait in between seasons if the entire season can look like that, or look like how it did in Season 1. I praised the animation in Season 1 right when Invincible started. I thought it was beautiful. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and apparently that took 3 years to do, so I understand that might not be feasible, and that is a much longer wait in between seasons, but surely there's got to be a Goldilocks zone in here somewhere in the pipeline where you get great animation and a timely-ish release, where it doesn't, just fucking fall into the Stranger Things category of everyone forgetting about it in between seasons. My point is, this show is an incredibly good show. I love Invincible. I think it is captivating. I think it is so fucking strong. But I am constantly let down with the animation now because it just seems to get progressively weaker. So I would just love if that could be spruced up a bit to get back to its former glory of animation quality or something at least closer to it. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too long because I do have a very positive takeaway from this season. I was very, very entertained. As I said, I am very invested in the world and the characters, and I think Season 4 gives you so much to chew on because it brings in, I think, the most interesting character, which is Nolan. Omni-Man is doing everything he can to try and atone for his sins, but this show doesn't just flip the switch oh, he's a good guy now, so we all have to forgive him. It plays with this very complicated character and this very messy man as he's battling his own demons and trying so desperately to prove that he has changed. But with his whole family devastated by what he's done, no one can trust him and everyone's afraid of him. It is so well written that it's not just like this instant switch that gets flipped where everyone's like, okay, we love Nolan now. See how great he's doing. Let's all pat Nolan on the ass. All right, let's go suck a fart out his butt. Nolan's a good guy now. Yeehaw. They put him in his place, let him know what he did is fucked up and that he probably will never be able to actually get forgiveness for it. And Nolan starts to wrangle with that too and starts to accept that they're probably right. He probably won't be forgiven, but he's going to keep trying because now he knows what's right from wrong, and it's what he wants to do. It's so well delivered. I genuinely think they have done an incredible job with Nolan, and it's not like his relationship with Mark and Oliver instantly get repaired because now they're fighting in this war to eradicate the rest of the Viltrumites to save Earth and everyone they care about. They don't just instantly become, this perfect father and son relationship, but slowly and surely they do start to connect again on a human level. And I also really liked Thrag. He lived up to the hype. He is menacing, he is imposing, and he is by far the strongest character we've seen yet. We haven't even seen him so much as, feel the impact of something. Every blow that was landed on him, he allowed it to land in order to assess the strength of Mark. And at every point, he just aura farms and lets him know that this is disappointing, this is underwhelming, and they stand no fucking chance. Even Space Racer, who has, the anti-everything weapon, Thrag doesn't even blink at it. It can one-shot Viltrumites, it fucking one-shots planets, and Thrag just aura farms on top of it. He literally just Gangnam Styles on it. He doesn't care. He is that powerful. It is extremely cool. And speaking of Space Racer, let me talk about the group that the Coalition has put together. Overall, I really like everyone here. I think Alan is still a very enjoyable character. I like Space Racer. I do think they kind of have to nerf him because he's so powerful. He has the anti-everything doohickey, the gun that can just fucking wipe out the universe by itself, really, if he so chooses. So in order to, compensate for that, he kind of has to be like a moron. And he's not even stupid either, because he also, during the showdown with the remaining Viltrumites, he has, an entourage of Ragnar, which are also an anti-Viltrumite species, their claws. They're basically these tiny little fucking dinosaur lizards that can hurt Viltrumites and tear them to pieces, the only ones that can do that, really. So he brings them on, leashes and throws them at them, projectiles, which is very cool. So he's not stupid, but he doesn't utilize his gun or his motorcycle all that well. If he was just smarter and more proactive, he could probably end this entire war by himself, but he just doesn't. I still think he's very cool, but you have to kind of suspend disbelief for a moment for a guy that has a weapon that powerful. Now, another character that gets brought into this group is Tech Jacket, and she has this Galadrian technology that is very powerful, repairs itself, is able to keep up with everyone. But I gotta tell you, she doesn't really do a whole lot. What she does do is important, where she hides herself and Alan on the Viltrumite ship. That obviously is big, but in a fight, all she does is just shoot beams, right? She shoots these meaningless beams that don't do anything, and they just mosquito bites basically the Viltrumites, and then she runs away. But she's able to tank some hits from the Viltrumites, which is impressive, but I don't think she brings a whole lot as of right now. During the skirmish with the Viltrumites, she did have the Surlock poison where it does make them vulnerable, so she was shooting that, which is helpful. But I feel like any character could have done that because it's basically a fucking blow dart of poison. It wasn't really something Tech Jacket brought to the table as something only Tech Jacket could do. So right now I'm not really sold on Tech Jacket being a instrumental component of this group that's going to be so important in ultimately winning this battle against the remaining Viltrumites. I was a little underwhelmed there. But I don't think she's a bad character. I just don't think she had a lot to do here. But maybe that changes in the next, season, couple seasons, whatever it looks like. Oliver in this season also gets a lot to do. He starts to bond with Nolan while Mark is healing from the Conquest rematch. And I think they did a good job of exploring that relationship because Oliver overheard his father saying that he never cared about, his mother or anything like that. It was an accident, it shouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. So Oliver now feels like, his father doesn't even fucking respect him, doesn't want him, doesn't care about him, not in the same way as Mark. And that's another really complex theme that they start to tackle, and they do so gradually. So when it does ultimately end with Oliver and Nolan getting closer over the course of a few months, it makes sense. And I thought it was well executed. Oliver, though, it seems like he is constantly just sidelined during the big fights where he overestimates his own abilities, which I think makes sense for the character. They've established that, but it always ends with him just getting basically KO'd. So he attacks Thrag right away, and Thrag just fucking ragdolls him, rips his arm off, and fucks him up, and then he ends up, decommissioned for many, many months, and when the season ends, he is still recovering, but he's not dead. That just seems to keep happening to him. Like, that seems to be his major role, is like, fuck, Oliver just got blasted again, shit, alright, it'll be a few months before we hear from him again, but I'm assuming he'll get stronger and evolve more. But now let's talk about the star of the show, Mark. Invincible goes through hell in this season, even more so than the previous seasons, I would say. His whole life is constantly just fucking agony. It is incredible the amount of suffering he goes through. So, obviously, the Conquest rematch ends with him getting his fucking intestines spilled, and he's unconscious and recovering over the course of many months on this strange world. He's away from Eve, the love of his life. He's away from his home planet. He's away from his mother. He's with his father, who, very complicated relationship, understandably. And it's just misery. And even when he does finally recover, then he has to go throw down with Thrag, and Thrag blasts Nolan right in front of Mark. Mark thinks his father is dead, and then it's Mark's turn on the chopping block in the Thrag Thunderdome. He gets knocked out, unconscious. He's getting his eyes gouged out, but then Thrag shows mercy because of how few of them are left. When Mark awakes yet again after this period of needing to rest and recuperate, then he goes back to Earth thinking that the Viltrumites are there, and he is suffering from PTSD. He is constantly seeing Thrag kill people around him, but it's all in his head until the very end, which I thought this was an incredibly powerful moment. He goes for just a casual flight to clear his mind, and then he does run into Thrag. The Viltrumites are there, and Thrag reveals to him that he has a choice to make. Mark can either let the Viltrumites on his planet continue to try and rebuild their civilization through breeding with humans, which has been proven to work, thanks to Nolan, or it can be mutually assured destruction for both their species, because Thrag and the remaining 37 Viltrumites will blow up the whole planet, killing everyone there, and it will spell doom for humans and Viltrumites alike. And that is an incredibly tough thing that Mark has to battle with there, and I think it's done so well. Mark ultimately realizes that the only way is to just agree to the terms. So he does. I thought that was so fucking good. Everything they did with Mark in this season I thought was great. Even when Mark comes home, he learns about what Eve went through when he was gone, thinking that he might be dead, and how she is now pregnant and Mark's not there. So she reaches the incredibly difficult decision to have an abortion, and it's something that now Mark and Eve are now dealing with and feeling the weight of a decision of this magnitude. Season 4 really, I thought, did an incredible job of building every character and getting them to a point where you genuinely care where it goes next. And they tackle some very deep themes, and I think they do a great job with the writing. But like I said, my big complaint is the animation. If this wasn't a show that had so much action at every step of the way, I wouldn't care as much, because it would solely be, this incredible story with this incredible writing and these great characters that I care about. But because there is always a fight that happens in basically every episode, it stands out when it looks this bad. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. So I just really, really hope that maybe in the next season we can take more time here, give the animators more time to really cook it and let it breathe. Let them finally craft the fights like they did in season 1 or in the Adam Eve special. Like, just getting to something of that quality again would do wonders for this show, especially where it currently is. So anyway, I really liked season 4 of Invincible. I thought it was extremely strong. I would just really like to see more in terms of the animation. And I think that means giving the animators more time. I recognize that maybe that's not a sentiment shared by everyone. They just want to go, go, go. Please just keep feeding it no matter what. I would like to let them really, flex their talent here and show what they can deliver in terms of animation. Because you can see it sometimes throughout the series, like when the Mark vs. Conquest again, or Thrag, there are some really great animated moments. I would like to see the entire season have great animation, as opposed to just a couple of small pieces of it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Today I had the primal urge to watch a shitty movie, so I did what any 21st century civilized man would do. I attacked Google looking for any shitty movie I hadn't already seen. I was like a meth addict scratching my neck trying to get my fix, but I couldn't find a shitty movie that I hadn't already watched. And then I remembered, I'm followed by the official Max Steel movie team on Twitter. So in 2016, Max Steel, which is a beloved property near and dear to my boners, I grew up watching Max Steel. I even had the Max Steel video game on PS1 and Sega Dreamcast. At least I think it was Sega Dreamcast. I know I had it on PlayStation 1 and then another console, and I really feel like it was the Dreamcast. And I also had the Max Steel action figures, the one that you could take the clothes off and play dress up with him. And obviously, being a curious child, I took his clothes off to see what a penis looked like, but they made him dickless. I just wanted to see what a super secret agent superhero was rocking under the hood. Never really got to see it with the action figures. But anyway, the point is, I was very familiar with Max Steel, but I never saw the 2016 movie because I knew it was going to be a stinker, and I really didn't want to have Max Steel ruined for me. I know if I go back and watch Max Steel, it probably sucks fat ass, but I didn't want to go to the movie theater and be disappointed. But today, I thought I owed it to the Max Steel team on Twitter to check out their movie. And this isn't like a joke. This isn't like a fake Max Steel account. This Max Steel account on Twitter is the official Max Steel movie Twitter. Look at the following list. It's just totally normal shit for a corporate Twitter account, and then out of nowhere, me. I'll fucking take it. I kept this in the wank bank since 2016. I knew the second they followed me, I got a notification, and I was elated, but not motivated enough to see their bad movie until today. So let's check it out. How bad was it? Here we meet our hero Max, looking like the high school jock upset that he didn't win prom king. He's moping around, helping his mother move into their new house.
We're home, Max. If you say so.
Fresh start.
Right. Fresh start number 9.
Hey, I can still cancel the internet.
Don't even joke about something like that, you sick harpy. That's going too far. Is nothing sacred? Max looks at a picture of his father as a small earthquake hits the house, and by small I mean it literally looks as though a Nintendo 64 rumble pack went off briefly.
Yeah.
As Max is riding his bike to his high school, he's nearly road-killed by a maniac. Did I say maniac? I meant fucking fine babe. And Max is about to slay some punani. Classic flirting technique, almost get hit by a car, then use the sympathy card, girl gets super interested, she feels a little guilty because she almost killed you. Bang. Classic Max Steel.
Thank you.
No problem.
Not even 2 minutes after the near-fatal accident, Max finds himself in the garage with the girl, and there's clearly a lot of sexual tension between the two. Sound effects are a little fucked up here. I don't really understand why it sounds like a flashbang just went off. Maybe he's about to prematurely ejaculate and he's a ticking time bomb. That's what the sound effect is for, but I'm not really sure. All I know for sure is he nailed an incredible move. The old almost get hit by a car, driven by a hot babe, making her feel guilty enough to take your bike to her garage to fix it, and then you doggy style her on top of a Plymouth. Solid.
Hey.
Wow, God, look at you.
You remember Miles, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Max, have you met the villain? Yeah, this guy's obviously the villain, spoiler alert. I think anyone could pick that out. Even if you were ball gagged with a blindfold, you could still probably tell this guy was the villain. Now, up until this point, we don't know if Max McGrath's father, Jim McGrath, is alive or dead, but luckily, thanks to Miles being a cornucopia of valuable exposition, he explains that the father is dead and that he was there the night of the accident, as he calls it. Now, meanwhile, over the dinner, as all of this is being vomited out to the viewers, at a secret military science base where science shit is happening in a sciencey fashion, water's acting all fucked up. But the water actually transforms into a bowling ball mixed with a shuriken, a ninja throwing star, if you will, and it escapes, naturally. After a very boring dinner with the villain, Max decides to Google what happened to his father. He was killed in an Intech explosion, Intech being the company him and Miles worked at. Now, this is odd to me because I feel like that would have been the first thing he'd do after learning his father died in an explosion. He'd probably want to know what the fuck happened. Thus, he would naturally Google it, and in this movie, their version of Google being Yahoo Answers if it was fucked by Ask Jeeves, but the point being, why wouldn't he have researched it himself fucking 10 years ago whenever it happened? I don't really understand why he was waiting till marriage to figure out what happened to his dad. It makes no sense to me. But anyway, he Googles it, gets some unexplained phenomena. Some people believe he was killed in a tornado that caused the Intech building to explode. Others say it may have been a human error. The lack of conclusive answers makes Max very upset, slams his hand and learns he has superpowers. But not just any superpowers, electric superpowers. He then goes into the woods to test his new powers by executing an innocent lamp without due trial. Thus the hero also becomes the villain to the lamp race. He's basically the fucking ISIS to lamps, just executing them in the woods for no reason. It's also shown that he doesn't know how to control his newfound power as he's sitting at lunch tables and causes a nearby vending machine to ejaculate, spewing cola everywhere. As high schoolers rejoice, which is also weird to me unless these high schoolers have the mentality of 9-year-olds. I don't see why they're fucking fighting over themselves, football dogpiling to get on top of some cola and some goddamn root beer. Yet it's not that big of a deal. He's on a date with the girl at a boba shop, as every 2016 date went, and then all of a sudden he starts getting some headaches and excuses himself to the bathroom, and this bathroom looks fucked up. This looks like the scene of a murder. It looks like a really hardcore biker bar bathroom, yet it's the bathroom to a boba shop. This really ruined my immersion. This is when the set design threw me off. I've been to my fair share of boba joints, and let me tell you, those shitters are some Weenie Hut Jr. bathrooms, not the salty spittoon that we're seeing him enter. After a few moments of freaking out in the mirror, he runs away from the boba shop saying goodbye to the girl. On the way out, he's panicked, and then all of a sudden he's getting Thanos snapped away before combusting. He wakes in his bed where that mysterious machine bowling ball contraption is now at his door, looking like Wheatley from Portal 2. Understandably, Max is a little caught off guard, so he starts wildly swinging a baseball bat and once again murders another lamp. After some intense interrogation from Max...
What are you, some kind of a robot?
I am a parasitic, silicon-based life form. My name is,
He learns the robot's name is Steel.
Steel. He called me Steel.
Thus, putting the steel in the Max. You can't have the Max without the steel. If you don't have both ingredients, the soup is ruined. Max has to hide the robot alien from his mom because his mom might come in, think he's weird, puberty's not treating him well, I don't know. He hides it because it's a cliche. And then, this is a bad movie. It's just not good. It's hard for me to show you everything that makes this movie bad because it's just so boring. The dialogue is so boring. The jokes that the alien tells are just so bad. They don't work. They're generic, and none of the actors even try. I don't even blame them. It's Max fucking Steel. But I'm just gonna speedrun some exposition to get you all caught up. So the robot alien has amnesia, because of course he does. Even alien robots for some reason are susceptible to it, which is so fucking dumb. But what he does tell him is that Max can harness tachyon energy, which he feeds off of. Tachyon, you might know from Death Grips, that visionary. He also used that word for a song. But this is where it fucking comes from, baby. Max Steel invented tachyon. He invented boners. God bless Max Steel. He harnesses tachyon, he can do cool shit with it, he learns he has superpowers when using it, and when the two of them harmonize, if they sing a note in the right tune together, they create a Super Power Rangers suit. Memories start flooding his mind. He learns that his father's death wasn't an accident. The rogue tornado that killed him wasn't a weather-related rogue tornado. In fact, it was an evil thing called Ultralinks. And that name sucks ass. It's not very intimidating. It sounds like a form of Yu-Gi-Oh! Summoning in a modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Format. Definitely could have been better. Something like maybe more intimidating. The Shred Terrors. The ass-annihilating Rip Von Stranglers. Shit like that. Ultralink... It even sounds like a good guy, honestly. Like, it sounds like a different division of the Power Rangers. We have the Power Rangers, and then we have the Ultralinks. It's a shit name. I didn't like the name, but that's what's killed his father. He also learns Steel knew his father. He begins running away from in-tech bad guys as he's piecing it all together, where he is once again nearly slaughtered by Sophia, who then tries to use that to flirt with him, but he's too busy running away from bad guys. And then they decide to split up to throw off the bad guys, to which Steel has this ingenious idea that works like a charm.
You don't care. You don't care.
Damn! All units were completely disabled.
I can't believe that these guys that are hunting a robot alien watch the robot alien go and shoot their tires. And then immediately, shit, guess we're out of the game, boys. We did our best. We'll get them next time. And then as Max is still running away, he is once again nearly killed by Sophia in her car. I think she should have her license revoked. That is 3 times she's nearly killed the same guy. Imagine what people she has killed and buried in shallow graves. Now the car whose tires were just shot out begins doing donuts behind Sophia's van. Now this is where it gets a little inconsistent, because it establishes that they're being chased by one car. And then the robot goes and shoots out some tires, and then that car is still seen burning out in the fucking freeway here. So what happens? Was there more than one car? Did they do like a tire change pit stop? I really don't know. Maybe Steel shot out the wrong car's tires. Like, fuck, accidentally just blew up this librarian's tires. Fuck it. And then Max and Sophia escape. Sophia and Max make it to Intech, where he starts asking Miles questions unenthusiastically. Everything Max does in this movie is very bland and unenthusiastic, so when he's questioning him or just kind of talking to him, it's as if you're talking to a fucking brick wall that learned English barely. And for the 50th time, Max runs away.
I have to go.
Max!
Max!
He runs away and is then hunted by an Ultralink tornado. He's in the middle of the Ultralink tornado, it's looking bad, but luckily Steel is there to give him his super suit. He gets punched out of his super suit. The super suit has a big flaw that if it gets hit, it just fucking disintegrates, basically. It's pretty useless for armor. I mean, it's basically like a disposable camera for armor. It does one thing, and for 1 second, and then you throw it away. It's fucking useless. It's like putting a condom on. You fuck once, blow your load, done. Can't use it again, unless you're some type of animal. Now he's out of his super suit, now he has to run away from the Ultralink, and he's running like a normal human goober. Yet earlier, it showed that he could use super speed with his tachyon energy. Why wouldn't he super speed his ass away? Why is he jogging like he was just pick last in kickball? I don't really understand why that would be overlooked. He doesn't use his powers. This is the best time to use that power, and he doesn't. But it's a good thing he didn't, because he gets sucked into the Ultralink tornado. Super suit comes back on, and that's when they finally say it. Steel tells him,
The Ultralink, it's exposed. Shoot it. Go turbo.
What?
Hurry before it
and go turbo he does. He turboizes that bitch so fucking hard, turbos it out of existence, using his Tony Stark heart, throwing the energy at it, and it's vaporized. Fuck yeah. God, the scenes in this movie are so fucking boring. I'm just gonna tell you, I don't even feel like clipping the appropriate scenes to explain it. We'll just get towards the end of the movie here, because we're wrapping up now. Max shoos away Steel because a vision he saw made him believe that Steel betrayed his father, so Max once again runs away, because that's the only fucking superpower he really has, the power of cowardness. He's just always running from something or pissing his pants over something, so he runs away, goes to his house, and he sees the same Intech bad guys at his house, so he assumes that the Intech bad guys are there to kill his mom. He calls Miles, he's like, Miles, there's bad dudes at my house, they're probably gangbanging my mom, what do I do? Well, they're not gangbanging your mom, they took her to the old Intech facility. So he goes to the old Intech facility, but it turns out His mom wasn't their target. In fact, his mom is the majority shareholder in Intech, so she changes their order. She says, Miles wants you to kill Max, huh? And they're like, yeah. She's like, that's alright. Well, let's change that. How about we don't kill Max and we find Max? They're like, alright. So then the mom's in control of the Intech bad guys who aren't bad guys anymore. Max goes to this dilapidated old facility where he gets the truth to his father's death, the real vision. It turns out Miles betrayed him.
Did you know that?
Miles, listen to me.
Go for a walk.
Shit, who would have seen that coming? Like, goddamn.
Eliminate you and the Ultralinks. Let me have your energy. I trusted you. No! You trusted him!
So he lowers defenses as the Ultralinks storm in, and then he puts on some, like, robo-claw, like a goddamn lobster claw, except mechanical and alien tech. And Max's dad, Jim, is strapped to a chair. He wants to suck all the energy out of Jim because he was jealous of his tachyon abilities. But Jim had a trick up his sleeve. He decided to just blow his entire load, throw all of his energy into the sucking device, which overloads it and blows it up. But before that, he gives a very motivational speech to his good friend Steel before he passes.
I can get you out! You're wrong. Listen, I can...
Steel, listen to me. Get to Max. Find him. Protect him. He's the only thing that matters. No.
Jim explodes. Rest in peace, Jim, and rest in peace to any good writing. Because not only is his speech super lame and really poorly acted, but it's a giant glaring plot hole. Because Steel says that he can get Jim out. Now, ordinarily when that line's used in a movie, it's just desperation. You know, they have no way of getting him out, but they just want to try because they love their friend. You know, hey, I can get you out, no problem, bro. We'll kick some mean keg stands afterwards, huh? But here, Steel absolutely could have gotten Jim out, and it's proven in the next scene. So the bad guy comes in, evil Power Ranger suit, evil villain speech.
You're my very own source of tachyon energy. Now step inside that core like a good little bat and pick up where your father left off.
You were supposed to be his friend!
Your father was an alien, Max! An alien!
And then he puts Max in the same core that Jim was in, and Max does the exact same thing Jim did.
What are you doing? Not too much energy!
But the difference this time is Steel fuses with Max, and they both break free, and then it leads to a fight. It frees him. Steel could have done the same goddamn thing with Jim, as Steel said, but Jim just actively declined it. It's like those people that refuse CPR for some reason. Jim, for an inexplicable reason, just says, nope, I don't want to get the fuck out of here, I'm ready to overload. And so he does. I don't understand why he would do that when he cares about his son so much, but he does, so there you go.
Everybody get...
Yeah, Max just kind of hides while a bunch of normal, innocent human men just get slaughtered by the bad guy. He's not exactly what you would consider a hero, or competent, charismatic, or basically anything that makes a good character. But in the end, he gets the claw. The claw sucks out tachyon energy. He's getting his shit sucked dry. And then he comes up with the plan to once again overload.
Father. You want the power? Then take it.
So he overloads, and he does his signature move, his catchphrase.
Steal now! Go turbo! You got it, Max!
He turbos him. The bitch gets turboed hard again. When he goes turbo, shit gets fucked. Bad guy defeated, saves the day. Mom says, you know, I'm glad that you're like your dad, it's cool and shit. He gets the girl. It's a weird way he gets the girl, though. He gives her, like, some weird fan art. Hey, what's up, girl? I made this hentai of you. This is my dick and 16 tentacles that all have the same stimulation for me personally as my dick. It's weird. I don't understand. I don't know if that's a common thing in 2016 to be giving girls, like, doodles of them from, like, a weird stalker portfolio, but anyway, he does. They kiss happily ever after. So the movie, overall, is bad. It's not good. Did I expect it to be worse? No. Did I expect it to be better? No. It's about what I expected. Is it the worst movie ever made? Also no. Is it true to Max Steel? God, I hope not. I don't remember the show. I'm probably not going to go back and watch it, but god damn it, I don't feel like my time was wasted. I take that back, it kind of was. It wasn't like a fun, bad movie. This isn't like a movie that is enjoyably bad, something like The Predator, the newest Predator movie, or the most obvious one being The Room. Those are fun, awful train wrecks. This is a very unenjoyably boring, bad movie. What it takes to make a good, bad movie is a very clear vision. This movie doesn't have a vision, it's just kind of a cash grab, as if Max Steel is really like this cash cow that you can perpetually milk. No one even remembers it, but that's what it is. It's uninspired, it's passionless, there is no vision. If you were going to make a bad movie that stands the test of time, like The Room or anything from Neil Breen, you need an artistic vision. And you need to be so inept at the craft that you can't make that vision come to life. So you end up with this weird, pretentious shitstorm, like The Room or Neil Breen's work. Those are the two main ingredients. A vision and the lack of talent to make that vision come true. This has neither of those, it's just boring bad. And yeah. I still hope the official Max Steel Twitter account continues to follow me on Twitter, because I like having that to brag about to my friends, but if they choose to unfollow me, I would understand. That's about it. See ya.
Over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero, a very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights, and dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. To put it even more simply, Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said.
that is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up. Stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control
how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled, because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place. They shouldn't have unmonitored access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online. Fucking lazy, trash-ass parents just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit. Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life. Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I am very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. There is huge censorship going on in gaming right now. I'm sure a lot of you saw Steam a few days back announced that hundreds of games have been pulled from their catalog because of the efforts of a group known as Collective Shout. Collective Shout is an organization that has been forcing payment processors to bully platforms into removing games they deem unfit for sale due to the themes around them. And for Steam's case, they targeted hundreds of adult games that featured like rape and incest. And a lot of people were pumping their fist like, yeah, that's good. How could you possibly be mad at that? Less degeneracy and disgusting shit on the platform. This is a big W across the board. It's not censorship if it's things I don't like being taken down. Obviously, like every weapon out there, this is only going to be used for good. Clearly, they're only going to use this power to take down very bad, gross things. Which is the most low IQ take you could ever have. Collective Shout, just yesterday, has now also gone after itch.io, and they have removed every single not suitable for work game from their platform. Not just rape and incest games, all adult games. We have de-indexed all adult NSFW content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. So this is the playbook here. Collective Shout is a very powerful organization who somehow has a lot of leverage on payment processors. I don't know if they're just over there giving them perpetual wet willies or they got some serious dirt on like the upper echelon elites in the food chain at the payment processors. Like they got proof they're in the Epstein files or some shit. But they have got these payment processors by the nutsack, and they are squeezing the piss from their balls. So now the payment processors are LARPing as the moral authority on what people are allowed to spend the money they earned on. So they're making these sweeping censorship changes to Steam and itch.io. Steam, they made it very easy for the public to not make a big stink about it because they went after a very low-hanging fruit target that most people aren't going to be upset about. Oh no, you lost all your rape and, incest games. Boo-hoo, call the fucking wambulance. But what people don't realize is that is clearly just the first step here. Collective Shout has now already taken that, which hasn't even been like a full week, and it's translated it to wiping all adult content from itch.io, a totally separate platform using the same methodology of having the payment processors threaten to leave them. Censorship is not something that is a good thing. This is not a positive thing. Yoko Taro also came forward saying, like, this is pretty bad stuff, that other countries can now limit everyone else's free speech. He's right. That's not great. You don't like to see that. And let's go ahead and extend this to its natural conclusion here. As Collective Shout becomes more and more successful at censoring games, other organizations will spring up and do the same for things Collective Shout maybe doesn't want to see censored. Like, who's to say, with this censorship, now that it's proven that it can be done by having the payment processors threaten to pull out of these services, if you could bully them through the payment processors, you win. That's checkmate. Who's to say an organization doesn't pop up that wants to take away all kinds of LGBTQ representation in games? And now that they have a proven formula to follow, they could easily spring up and be probably very successful. Another organization could come about where they believe that M-rated games just shouldn't exist. Games should be focused purely to appeal to a younger demographic. They shouldn't be deep, thought-provoking games. There should be no violence. There could easily be a very puritanical organization that comes forward making similar pushes for censorship. I don't know how delusional you have to be to think that somehow this is only ever going to be used against bad things. It's not. And it's already extending way beyond what it started with for Collective Shout. They started with a very easy win on a genre of games that most people aren't really going to miss. And they have already extended that to just broad adult content from another platform, itch.io. And as they continue to be more successful, more organizations are going to follow that blueprint, follow those footsteps, and be successful as well, censoring other things that maybe Collective Shout doesn't want to see censored. It's going to just be fucking pandemonium because it is clear now that these platforms are willing to go belly up, roll over, and suck the fucking schmeat of the payment processing cartel that shackles them. These payment processing patriots, who all of a sudden care so deeply about morality, are able to get these platforms to censor themselves at the behest of the organizations that are strong-arming them. It's Absurd. And it doesn't stop there. If you do any amount of research on Collective Shout, you'll see that it's not just like adult games. They also went after Detroit Become Human and Grand Theft Auto 5 for absolutely fucking outlandish reasons. Like, this is actual horse hockey. And another scary fact, the article I was reading on stream, which I'm going to show you clips from so you can see about their previous attempts to go after things like Detroit Become Human and GTA 5, that article that I was reading then got taken down 8 hours after stream because Vice deemed it was a little too controversial, because the article wasn't super favorable to Collective Shout. So Collective Shout not only has pull in censoring games, but it looks like they can even take down some articles that are a little, harsh on how they're going about their mission or what they're trying to do here. In other words, it seems virtually impossible for Steam to host any adult games depicting child abuse. Rather, Collective Shout may be targeting popular video games that depict children in scenarios where they face distress or harm, even if these depictions are intended to encourage concern and care in the player. From there, the organization may be describing these titles as featuring child abuse. In 2018, Collective Shout encouraged its supporters to sign a petition to ban Detroit Become Human for sale in Australia, claiming the game features child abuse and violence against women. The petition focused on an abusive father's violent behavior towards his housekeeper and daughter in the game. This dynamic, core to the character Kara's story arc, is intended to encourage empathy for the abused woman and child. While it's unclear whether Collective Shout is actively targeting Detroit Become Human in 2025, the removal of such a game would be akin to artistic censorship of material discussing misogynistic abuse against female family members. Targeting the game, in other words, could be considered anti-feminist in intent. That doesn't really make any sense. In 2014, the organization called on Target to remove Grand Theft Auto 5 from store shelves, sharing a petition that claims the game encourages players to commit sexual violence and kill women. Collective Shout described GTA as if it were a misogynistic funhouse, stating the game lets players enact their fantasies of committing extreme violence against women, including punching women to the point of unconsciousness, killing them with a bat, gun, or machete, running them down with a car, and setting them on fire as they continue screaming. What world are we living in? What? So that all this is only reserved and acceptable if it's men. Like, if you're killing men with a bat, gun, and machete, running them down with a car and setting them on fire as they scream. These arguments are so weak and flimsy, and I think just downright detrimental to what they claim their mission is. This would basically, like, these two things in conjunction would make it so, like, most games won't even put women in there. So let's take the first example about, like, how children in, like, distress and harm is something that they would target and try and take down. It's why they went after Detroit Become Human. Let's extend that scope. Things like Limbo, Last of Us, Out of Sight, like these games where there are kids present and they do go through, like, hardship, that would be removed under their guidelines here. In Detroit Become Human, it's not like they're trying to glorify this type of horrible thing. It is used as a way of showcasing how bad a situation is and getting empathy from the player for what is happening to these characters. And yet, they want to take it down, even though it is used to deliver positive messaging to the player. It's like they don't want any deep themes in their games, and not only that, it's like they don't want women to even be interactable in the games. So also something that wouldn't fly under their protocol here would be things like Tomb Raider. Any game where a female is leading it wouldn't really be possible because the women in the game are going to go through distress. Like, Lara Croft goes through a lot worse than what they listed for GTA 5 being a misogynistic funhouse. Lara Croft gets killed in so many different ways, potentially, if you fail certain things. She's constantly being hunted, hurt. It's all, like, pretty much no game with a female character in it could be made if Collective Shout continues to gain this much power. It's a fucking absurd notion here. God of War, the new God of War, those games couldn't be made because Kratos' son obviously goes through a lot there. That would be a child in a harmful and distressing situation. It would be poo-pooed by Collective Shout. They would banish that shit to the Shadow Realm. Like, their rules on what is and is not acceptable are just unhinged. Again, this would fundamentally, like, scrub women from video games. Like, I don't know why they're not grasping that concept. They call GTA 5 a misogynistic funhouse because you can hurt women in it and that kind of thing, which you can also do to men. But the issue is exclusively because women can also be hurt and killed in GTA 5 just like the men can. It's not like GTA 5 is telling the player, you have to go commit these sexual violent acts against women right now. We need you as the player to score 100 sexual violent crimes against our women in the city right now. Go out there. That's the quest. Go fucking just slap 1,000 women for maximum turbo gamer points. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy. So basically, if you are going to have women in the games, the only way I see that even be possible with Collective Shout's, groundwork they're laying here, the way I understand it, is if every female in the game is immortal, God mode activated, and uninteractable outside of dialogue and cutscenes, but the female character also cannot go through anything distressing or deep, basically has to just be like a completely flat nothing burger of a character. Otherwise, it could be like too much harm that they faced or something in the game. It just seems completely antithetical to what the mission they claim to have is. Again, with how they have targeted games in the past and what they're currently doing, it feels like most game companies, in order to play ball with these demands, will probably just elect to not have female-facing games, like with a lead female protagonist, and they will probably ensure that the female characters that might appear in the game don't play a big role in it because they never know what Collective Shout might have an issue with. And since these games' budgets are so bloated these days, I don't think they'll be willing to take any kind of chances, any type of risk of their game being just like wiped off of like the biggest fucking gaming platforms like Steam. So they'll probably just elect to play it safe and have any female characters just in the background with a really insignificant role. Because, again, there's no way of knowing what Collective Shout's going to try and spin when it comes to these games and these characters. Like, again, Detroit Become Human. All of that they listed there as an issue, that was literally in the game to deliver messaging on how unacceptable that shit is. It was used for empathy, not a glorification or anything at all. It was actually delivering a message that really feels very in line with what Collective Shout claims to fight for. It is completely out of control. And let's go ahead and just continue to play a little here, a little theater of the mind. If you can successfully bully payment processors, and it's reported that Collective Shout is doing this by constantly phoning them up with like 1,000 employees or so. I don't know if that's all confirmed or not. But if you can get 1,000 people together and successfully have these payment processors threaten to leave some of the biggest platforms for gaming, think about what kind of power you can control with these payment processors. If you can just have them like puppets on your strings, that is so dangerous. There is no amount of mental gymnastics you can possibly do to conjure up a justification for why a payment processor has a say in what you can spend your money on, what they will permit you to spend your doubloons on. That is a bad direction for the future, which obviously extends far beyond just video games. This is a much bigger topic, a bigger issue than just gaming. If payment processors now going to step in and basically be like the fucking, lacrosse house party guy who's like, who do you know here? No, you're not allowed in. When you're trying to spend your money on a product, we've got a huge problem. Just play with that possibility here for a second. Look, let's say you want to buy a dildo or something, right? You want an adult sex toy. Well, what if the payment processors deem those to be obscene? We will not support any businesses that are selling these adult toys. Consumers shouldn't be able to buy these. Okay, all of a sudden you can't buy those? That's been fucking wiped out. And let's take it to something that's not even sexual. Let's say a katana or something. I want a katana for my room. I really liked some of the blades from One Piece. It'd be really nice to have a replica blade. Well, turns out the payment processors deem those to be a little too dangerous and threaten to pull out of any websites that are offering katanas for sale because those are some very scary, lethal weapons. So, can't buy those anymore. It's a big issue. Payment processors should have no say in what you spend your fucking money on. Of course, that doesn't apply when it's like you trying to buy something highly illegal. I get that. But things like this is absurd.
Like, this is completely preposterous and out of control. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit. That's really it. See ya. The world of mobile game development is an absolutely wild one. I could totally see a spin-off of Mad Men coming around where the stars are mobile game devs doing blow out of strippers' assholes and coming up with evil monetization schemes to fuck their players even harder than they already do. Obviously not talking about all mobile game devs, but a good chunk of them are just the greediest, scummiest assholes on the planet that would personally go to your house to flip your mattress over just to steal a $5 bill from it. I swear to God, the drug dealers that lace their crack cocaine with fentanyl are nicer to their addicted clientele than the mobile game devs are to their addicted players. At least the fentanyl drug dealers just killing you. These mobile game devs are bleeding you out and bleeding your parents out, and they would walk over to your corpse to take a dollar bill out of your wallet when you're dead. Now, I want to stress this is not all mobile games and mobile game devs, but there's no denying that there is a big chunk of these people that prey on susceptible people to get addicted to a game, that don't know any better, that don't know how to handle finances, and they exploit them to no end. And it's terrible to see. I myself am not a huge mobile gamer. I'm not like the kind of guy that would spend $150,000 on Transformers mobile game microtransactions or $60,000 on RuneScape or anything. But I do appreciate certain mobile games. Obviously, the one that I got into the most was old school RuneScape on mobile. But as I look at more and more mobile game ads in games, I notice that their ads are incredibly misleading to a point that makes me want to vomit. Here's one that I saw on Twitter that got me so excited for the game only to be remarkably disappointed.
Yes, don't leave me, please.
What's the matter?
My lord, he wants to divorce.
She is not taking anymore. Nobody wants her.
Nobody wants. Nobody wants. Nobody wants.
Now, needless to say, I was sold on the game after seeing this. My dick was rock hard, and when I downloaded the game, it went super soft and I probably lost some inches. It is nothing like this trailer leads you to believe. I thought I'd be passing a guilty and not guilty verdict on marriage counseling, you know. My wife's not pretty, so then I would thoroughly investigate the woman, decide if she is or is not pretty, side with the man, side with the woman. I thought it was going to be just like this advertisement. Though I didn't quite understand exactly what the game would be like, it gave me kind of a general idea, or so I thought. But when I actually got in the game, let me show you what I saw. So here's what the Emperor and Beauties game is actually like. You get a little character creator here where it's just 5 default presets that don't have a whole lot of work behind them. I chose the bad boy looking one here because I thought all beauties would love a bad boy like this, and I'm trying to get a lot of beauties in here. The name characters are super limited. You can only fit like 7 on here. So I went with something simple. I went with just a classic Big Wet. After a short visual novel intro, you're met with the hardest choice any man makes, which is make contributions to the country or marry more wives and live a happy life. So slam ham or work for a living. I went with obvious choice here, which was marry as many beauties as my penis would allow me to. After making it to the main hall, your only choice is to talk to the default beauty. She comes with the game, so you're never alone. And I take her on a random date. I was expecting some very steamy, full penetrative sex, and I didn't quite get that, but I wasn't overly disappointed either because of this right here. Yeah, and that's how it's fucking done. Now, one beauty's nice, but you know what's better than one beauty? A million beauties, and that's kind of what I thought I was going to be getting into with this game, but that wasn't the case. Here we have a whole bunch of new characters come in to teach me a bunch of different things about the land that I don't give a fuck about. I'm just here for the beauties, but instead I have to go out here, have to collect taxes, collect all kinds of crops. Then I need to go to retainer. I need to level up this guy because for some reason he's lost without my guidance, so I don't even know why I have him around if I'm the one fucking teaching him everything anyway. But anyway, he's on my payroll. I'm teaching him, how to do arithmetic. I go back to the main stage and we're already being invaded. Now, this isn't what I expected on my first day on the job. I thought I was just going to be having orgies, but we're getting attacked. And luckily I win because my sexual energy was just far higher. We are an empire built on beauties but trained in war. We will sink our teeth deep into the meaty ass of any who oppose our way of life. After the first battle, I have to go back and collect even more resources from the town. I have to tax everyone, steal their credit card, make them sub to me on twitch.tv/moistcritical. After I accumulate enough finances, then I get these silver coins. I get some leaves, and then I get 100,000 men, which I just see as 100,000 competitors for these beauties, which I'm not overly thrilled about. I'm finally past the tutorial, and now I have all of these beautiful golden options. I finally click on one to see what this game's all about. I want to see what kind of beauties we have available to have sex with, and I met with these 4 lovely women, but unfortunately they cost so much fucking power that I can't afford. I don't have 50,000 power just lying around. I'm not some type of goddamn generator. So my broke ass leaves the brothel, and then all of the other options here are microtransaction based, so I'm not going to spend any money on this game. Instead, I just go back to my default beauty, the old tried and true misses over here. I wanted to see who was unwedded, but I can't visit any of the unwedded. Even if I could visit the unwed, they'd probably laugh at my lack of power. I'm not pumping out the proper watts to afford their time. But anyway, like I said, all of these options here, save for a few, are just bringing you to a place to spend money on the game, which I'm not going to do. So instead, I take my girl back out on a nice random date. She's happy, I'm happy, we're very much in love, but I'm still thinking about other beauties and what I'm going to do when I finally get that, proper amount of power. And then she surprises me with a child. On our second date, we've already conceived a child, which is incredible timing. We're really speedrunning this. So I go check on my child. I think it's only appropriate since I'm the father. I need to give it a name, a very strong name. It came with the default York. I was going to just put New in front of it, just make it New York, call it a day. But I wanted something bigger, so I tried Jesus, which for some reason they forbid. I said, all right, they don't want Jesus. Well, what about God? And God was acceptable. So now I have my baby God over here, and I'm stuck in this land of microtransactions and power that I can't possibly get because I'm not spending money on the game, and the way you accumulate power in this game is so fucking slow. So I'm stuck with one beauty in a world that's supposed to be full of beauties for me. So I'm beyond disappointed, and the advertisement was nothing like the game.